Test, test. So I think we will start. Just wait for everyone to come in. So I would like to thank everyone for being here and not going to the European Parliament where there's another competing event. These things happen. And joining us for this, as I've heard many people say, very important topic, which I would agree with. And maybe just a few contextual comments. And Luc Chefneux will, I think, also supplement these. And I know that the Académie Royale has been working for some years on projects towards moving beyond, not beyond ESG, which is the title today, but looking at corporate social responsibility in these various topics from a more encompassing view. And so this event very much follows in course with that, those discussions, those research groups, and also with the collaboration with the SFPI, the Belgian Sovereign Wealth Fund, and the need in general to move, as we all have seen during the course of the COVID pandemic and recent events like the Ukraine war, to a more solid footing for the economy. And in particular today we want to talk about or emphasize the role that firms play, and we have in that agenda. And so we have three very exciting panels that I hope will shed new light on related questions and perhaps not conclusively finish the conversation, but push us towards a more holistic understanding of the role of sustainability at the level of the firm and more generally in the economy going forward. So I will not say much more. I would give the word to Luc Chefneux, who is formerly also the president of the Académie Royale, I believe, and the former president of the, or head of the class, Technologie and Société. And he has had many years in business, working in the steel industry with ArcelorMittal and with other companies, and got his PhD in Liège, and was the governor of the University of Lorraine, and many other positions, and is very much involved and very active in the research community and academic community here in the Académie Royale Belgique. So, Luc.
Thank you, Jerome. Good morning to all of you. I am very pleased to welcome you in the names of Mr. Didier Vivier, Permanent Secretary of the Royal Academy of Belgium, of Mrs. Véronique Cabiot, the Director actually in charge of the class Technology and Society, and Isabel Ferreras, the academic reference of this chair. I am also particularly happy to introduce this seminar, as I was the director of the class when we received the support of the Federal Society for Participation and Investment to launch this postdoctoral research project. First of all, I would like to thank you all being here attending this seminar, participants in the panels, or simply interested by the subject. Many thanks to the organizers, Jerome, the postdoc actually in charge of the project after Max Cray, and Nicolas Simon, who actively supported him. Thanks to my colleague from the class of Technical Science of the Flemish Academy, who accepted to conclude this seminar. But I don't have to forget the Federal Society for Participation and Investment, the Belgian Sovereign Fund, without which the chair would not exist. Thank you to the delegate of the fund who attends this meeting. I would like to remind you the background of the chair. Our academy had for a very long time three classes: science, letters and moral and politic science, and arts. The fourth class, created in 29, has the ambitious mission to evaluate the technological innovation and their societal impacts, aiming in a multidisciplinary approach to prepare independent advices on the most important problems, suggesting strategies to be adopted. Inform and prepare recommendations for policymakers and public authorities, and inform and raise awareness of the society at large on the issues. The co-founder of the class, the late Baron Philippe de Wout, member of the Academy, give us his DNA. Prestigious professor of strategy of enterprises at the business school of Louvain-la-Neuve University, he was a pioneer in Belgium and in Europe of the corporate social responsibility of enterprises. In his initial address to the members, he raised the challenges of a society where the technological innovation was progressing so rapidly that our society at large, individuals as well as institutions, were unable to adapt appropriately, inevitably creating fears and destabilization. He was convinced that in a world of a huge complexity, without any real global governance, the enterprises, which are at the roots of many issues, are simultaneously the main and the most important actors for their solutions and finally for a sustainable development. When I became director of the class Technology and Society in 2019, I proposed to my colleagues to devote our activities to transition at large. Clearly, we are living in a time when nearly everything will change, facing existential challenges as global warming, loss of biodiversity, to tell a few but the main. We decided to work on different topics inspired by the sustainable goals of United Nations. These goals are perfectly consensual and deeply intricate, but key topics which are at the roots of the global systems are clearly ignored, as they are very touchy and not consensual at all. I mean the economic and financial systems. We decided to address these issues as well. A perfect opportunity has been the decision of the Belgian Sovereign Fund, at the request of our permanent secretary, to fund one postdoctoral position in both academies, our academy and the KULeuven Academy of Belgium, devoted to its missions. In spring 2019, the Royal Academy of Belgium launched a call for application for a project on public investment as a leverage of states for sustainable development. In particular, public investment in private enterprises can have a direct effect, but also its exemplarity, and with its exemplarity, an indirect one. The project started on the 1st of October 2019, and the same month, at the public session of the Technology and Society class, I presented a speech on the subject, Responsible Innovation and Investment. To summarize in a few words, technical innovation is the motor of economic development. And the goal of enterprises is to make profit. But facing the actual huge challenges without neglecting the profit which is necessary for many reasons, is it acceptable that an innovation or the way an innovation will be used could have a detrimental effect on sustainable development goals? It's the reason why we need to promote responsible innovation. Having been an active participant in the working group of ERMA, the European Industrial Research Management Association on Responsible Innovation, we arrived at the conclusion that responsible innovation and responsible investment are fully interconnected, sharing most of the criteria. Indeed, in the innovation process, when the innovation in development is arriving at a certain level of maturity, at technology readiness level 5 or 6 for the specialist, the decision to go forward has to be taken. Many potentially interesting projects are stopped at that stage, as continuing the development requires to significantly increase the investment. And at the last stage of the process, to reach Tier 9, corresponding to the placing on the market, new huge investments are required. Then progressively, in the process of developing an innovation, the decision is taken outside the R&D structure, but by strategy and finance people. It means that responsible innovation and responsible investment are closely linked. In the conclusion of my speech, I already called to go beyond ESG, which in my view should be considered as a global request for all investment. We should actively promote socially responsible investment and at the top, impact investing. Coming back to enterprises, I consider that we should evolve the standards of corporate social responsibility by including the concept of responsible innovation, aiming to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. Requiring a proactive and ambitious practice of CSR should be a requirement for a public investment in private enterprises. And you understand the reason why I am quite excited in introducing this seminar, which will tackle these important issues. I hope that the exchange of today will produce practicable ideas, allowing to significantly progress in the key field of responsible investment, helping the SFPI in its important mission to finance firms with the ambition to promote a sustainable future. And as French is the official language of our academy, je voudrais vous souhaiter une excellente journée, riche de discussions et de contacts. I wish you all a very good seminar. Thank you for your kind attention.
So, without further ado, there was a bit of concern. I think Blanche is here. Thanks to, I think, Thales, or let's not name any names. But yes. We will get right into the very first panel, which is, again, the title of the event as well. It's Beyond ESG. And again, a working hypothesis that we began with is just the idea that in order to address these pressing issues that Luc so kindly summarized, biodiversity loss, climate change, and also social conflict, instability that we see everywhere in the world around us, that we need to extend participatory dialogue in society as well into the firm. And the question, of course, that raises is what does this mean for issues like corporate social responsibility and even this analysis that has become so omnipresent of environment, social, and governance issues. So I will just, I think, introduce Blanche and the other panelists as well. And if you can come up and have a seat in one of these comfortable chairs, or stand if you like. So we have Professor Josef Wieland, who is a professor of institutional economics, organizational governance, integrity management, and transcultural leadership at the Zeppelin University in Friedrichshafen in the Bodensee in Germany. And he's also director of Leadership Excellence Institute and has been an expert in the field of transcultural leadership, compliance, and business ethics for more than 20 years. He was awarded the Max Weber Prize for Business Ethics of the Institute of the German Economy and a State Research Award of Baden-Württemberg in 2004. On his left here, we have Wiktor Dotter. He's actually was at Höganäs as well, or is still at Höganäs, and has also recently founded ZeBeyond, which is a building software together with global automotive OEMs to help embed these aspects of environment, social, and governance into the early stages of product development and R&D, and focusing on issues like recyclability, toxicity, and lifetime emissions of the products while still being competitive. We have Rebecca Weber in red here, second from the right, who is the head of sustainability research at GLS Investments, which is a subsidiary of GLS Bank, which is a very large ecological and social, actually, cooperative bank in Germany, which was the first sustainable bank in Germany, founded in 1974 as a cooperative with over 120,000 members. I myself am a member, I should say. It finances sustainable projects and companies in fields like renewable energies, education, and organic agriculture. She's an economist with over 10 years' experience in social banking and sustainable asset management and ESG research. We have Philippe Lambrecht, who is a business lawyer with specific focus on financial law, company law, and corporate governance. He's a financial law professor at the law faculty at UCLouvain, teaches financial market regulation, European corporate governance, economic analysis of the firm, and entrepreneurship. He's president of Interdisciplinary Research Center in Law and Business and Society of UCLouvain, is in charge of banking and financial law certificate, takes part in other certificates. He's a member of the High Council of Justice, is honorary secretary general, member of the board of the Belgian Federation of Enterprises. So it's a lot of things. Also he's on the board of European Issuers. And last but not least, we have Blanche Segrestin, who has arrived despite the delay of the train. Not your fault. I had that experience very much coming from Germany. But she's a professor of management sciences at Mines Paris, where she holds a chair of theory of the enterprise. And her research focuses on the modern enterprise, its creative power, and its implications for corporate governance and corporate law. And the book Refonder l'entreprise, which was published in 2012, inspired the French legal form of a purpose-driven corporation, which is a société ambition. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Blanche, who will moderate the panel and have a few introductory words. So, thank you. Yes, we have 2 microphones which you can share, or you can come up as you like. Or I can give this microphone, so you have 3. Maybe that might be good.
Do you hear me? Yeah. Not too. Is it okay? So thank you very much. I'm sorry, I probably missed the few introduction that you have said. I'm very glad to be here, and I think it's a great opportunity to have this opportunity to dialogue with the most pressing issue that we have and the possibility and condition to organize transition and sustainable investment. So as Jerome mentioned, I am professor at Mines Paris Tech, and with some of my colleagues we have created a chair in 2015, apart from a big research, interdisciplinary research program at the Collège des Bernardins, to think about both the theory of the firm, the enterprise, and the governance and the possible reforms that have resulted in a new law in 2019 and the new forms of cooperation. So I think the panel here is about the issue of climate change. Jerome has mentioned it, biodiversity loss, inequality. And the question we have is how to organize the transition where, of course, business companies have a critical role to play. And I think the question is, which role can business cooperation play? How? How can we find and how can they find new solutions for transition, but also to balance the cost and the risks of this transition? So I would like just to make a few introductory remarks before introducing the panels. And Jerome has asked me to also, I think I will build on my own research with my colleague in France, but also echo the work of Philippe de Voet, which I find very interesting. The first idea I would like to stress is this idea of innovation capabilities, because today, because of the question of sustainability issues, we have to take into account the growing innovative power of business companies. You probably know the work of Coline at the British Academy. Coline says now today the corporation as one of the major actors of the society. They build the house where you will live, they bring the food that we eat, they develop the medicine and the vaccine for the COVID that we need. And today we could also add that cooperation organized type of conversation, but also the democratic conditions with social networks. So they have a huge transformational impact on the society, and we could say probably for the better and for the worst. And Philippe de Voet, I think, stress on this idea of the importance of creative power and the transformative power of cooperation, because, of course, corporations are part of the problem because they pollute and they create imbalances at the social and environmental level, but at the same time, they are part of the solution. And we need their innovation power to develop new solutions. So the question for me is how to mobilize this creative power for the common good, and to, I fully agree, to stress the condition for responsible innovation instead of irresponsible innovation that we know is possible. So I think regarding this question, there are different options. The most classical one was the CSR, CSR, corporate social responsibility, and we will discuss that with the panel. But today we know that it may not be sufficient, especially because no one can prevent a company to focus on the social and environmental aspect or issue that may impact negatively its own business model. So we have probably to think about how to go further. The other classical option is the state intervention. And of course, there are many things going on, and I think that we will discuss also the European directive and all what is going on at the regulatory level. But regarding innovation, we can also mention that the states are very weak when we come to the state cannot demand a company to develop new vaccine for the COVID or to ask AstraZeneca to find a new solution. So here we have to find other paths for sustainable investment and transition. And one of these emerging ideas is redefining the purpose of the corporation or the enterprise. And Philippe de Voet here, I try to perhaps quote what he says. He said, "We propose to define the purpose of business as follows: the creation of economic and societal progress into sustainable and globally responsible manner." So I think it's interesting. And today, as you probably have seen, there are new forms of cooperation that introduce in their bylaws some social or environmental objectives and commitment. It is the case in the US with the benefit corporation. We could probably speak about that. But also in Europe for different reasons. For instance, in Italy, there is this Benefita Società, and in France, the creation of the Société à Mission. So I won't be long, but I just wanted to explain the theoretical background in France for this reform. Because the idea was, yes, to redefine the purpose, but mainly to distinguish two notions that are quite fundamental in my view, but perhaps we can discuss that with the panel. The notion of cooperation and the notion of enterprise. I think it's maybe the same, well, in French there we have the term société and entreprise. And the idea is that the cooperation is one of the legal vehicle, legal clothes that a business or an enterprise can take. And it is very old. The cooperation, the société was already existing in the antique age. Today, it is a tool to attract financement, investment and capitals, but the enterprise is much recent in the history of economy. The enterprise, as we know it today with the labor law and the management, has appeared very late in the 19th century and the 20th centuries, especially because of the innovation issues. It was not the term at that time, but the idea was to say because of the burst of scientific and technological development, the work has to be organized in a new way, and the management has to organize the development of new capabilities, new jobs, and new technologies. And I think that the idea behind the French reform is to say the enterprise, because it emerged for developing new capabilities and, transform technologies and have a huge impact on society and may have the related responsibilities, but also may need to be protected, because today an enterprise is a group of people of different stakeholders, especially also employees and management, but also territories engaged in developing a future of the world. So the question is also how can we organize, and the idea of the purpose was to say, to ask companies to explain what is the purpose of what the enterprise is doing and how can it be responsible and to account for it and to be accountable for that. So Société à Mission, today in France, they are required to put in their bylaws some commitment, social and environmental commitment, and they have a special governance to control that. So that's one of the options, but it's only, of course, one of the options. And I think it's important here to have very knowledgeable experts from various countries in Europe to discuss the other option and to drive this transition. So I want to present again the different intervenants. Maybe we could start by asking the first question, I think, to start with. How do you see today ESG, and why do you think, do you agree that we need to go beyond ESG, as it was mentioned before? Perhaps we can start, do you want to start, Wiktor? Or?
Yeah, sure. Hello, everybody. Oh, sorry. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the welcome. Good to be here. Absolutely, we have to go beyond ESG. Why? My background is from corporate manufacturing, also from the steel industry originally. And in my opinion, the role of the company is to execute on what government and state and research finds and dictates even, to put the incentives in place. And in order for corporations to do that, they want to be competitive, to make profit. So it has to be crystal clear on what are the levels of ESG? What does it mean? Is it 5%, 10% less carbon intensity? Where I come from in the background from corporate strategic decisions, in my opinion, the research is there, the innovations are there to make carbon capture or make salt water into drinking water, but the uncertainty is always holding back the investors. They cannot afford to be 10 feet ahead on ESG targets. They can afford to be maybe a fingernail ahead of the competition. Because if they don't get paid for the premium on delivering on ESG, for example, they will not invest. So in my experience, the question was never about what are the innovations. They were always there. It was rather the uncertainty of the playing field. So that's where I believe ESG absolutely have to go beyond it and incentivize more, also on a global level. Because today a lot of our companies, a lot of the Nordic and German OEMs and the automotive where I'm from have factories here in Belgium. And the energy sources are relevant, the use of lands are relevant. Can we reuse the old factories to build electric factories? It all plays into a global competitive landscape. And because we don't compete only with Europe, which might be at the forefront of ESG, we compete against APAC and South America, other continents. We need a global-wide incentive program that would help to set the level playing field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can ask the investors. Rebecca is a specialist for sustainable investment in a special cooperative bank. So what is your view?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Well, first of all, we are talking about, in particular, ESG reporting. And reporting, of course, is mostly good. Provides transparency. It can enforce accountability to stakeholders. And the term ESG was first mostly used by the investor side, which is, of course, one major stakeholder, at least for listed companies. And in particular, listed companies have developed, I think in the last 10 to 15 years, you see that reporting on ESG has developed enormously. Companies report on their compliance to the OECD guidelines of business and human rights. They report on science-based targets. They comply with the global reporting standards of the Global Reporting Initiative. They publish big sustainability reports, or they provide integrated reporting where non-financial and financial information is included. So I think there was a big development. But still, when we see at the moment what is going on at this current situation, I think we see one of these widest market failures ever seen, and that's, of course, climate change. So our current economic system and a lot of market participants seem not to be able to achieve results that are, in an economic or in societal way, desired and that can address our planetary boundaries. And I think in this context, it's a really strong sign that the European Union is modernizing its reporting standards. Blanche already mentioned the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which has a much higher level of ambition, which will include much more companies than before, and that makes quite a useful references to all lessons learned in the past of ESG reporting, in my opinion. And that reporting is not enough, I think is one thing that we are all very clear about, but I also think the European Union is quite clear about when we see on other regulatory directives that are coming. For example, the CSDDD, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, that really obliges companies to identify and mitigate their negative impacts and to really implement due diligence procedures. But way before CSRD and CSDD will really be implemented by companies, the European Union started with a really, I think, interesting new regulations on sustainable finance. Just to mention one, the SFDR, Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, which obliges investors and financial market participants to make disclosure on ESG information and report on principal adverse impact indicators and taxonomy alignment. And to be honest, it's quite challenging that financial market participants have to report now or before investments or before companies actually have to adapt their ESG information. So at this point, ESG rating agencies and data providers play a crucial role to give this information, to report on taxonomy alignment or principal adverse impact indicators. And I think to start with the sustainable finance, I think shows one big hope that ESG reporting for companies will help to reorient private capital flows to sustainable businesses. I think this is the big hope. And I think we are not there yet to give some result, what will happen. But I think we have to see in the future if really sustainable finance will help to deliver on policy objectives of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we have here already some important aspects of the debates. On the one side, the fact that, as you mentioned, I think there's in the mainstream aspect of business and in the competitive market that we have, companies cannot afford to, their rationality, their business rationality can probably not inform. So then we would need then some kind of state intervention for incentives and new procedures. And at the same time, as you mentioned, there may be some other option. And I think that the fact that you mentioned the duty of due diligence is interesting because maybe here it's, well, new norms of new responsibilities that are emerging from the regulatory aspect. Would you, Philippe, would you like to?
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me. Maybe just a few considerations. One, on the old question of what is the firm, what is business, etc. They're very general. All the different science that try to find definitions about that have been glosing about this for centuries. In my opinion, there are as many different businesses as business model that you have. You can't compare the small and medium-sized enterprise with a large listed company. So first of all, let's not be too, let's not put too much hope in redefining what business is. This being said, it is true that there are new system appearing, the Société à Mission, B Corp, etc. But this is, in my view, for very large companies that are able to move that. And by the way, in Belgium, we have just changed our code on company and associations, and any company that wants to add a goal that is not profit in its bylaws may do it. It's Article 1.1 of our code. So it's really innovative because it's not the state that tells you you need to do this or that. It is the company, it is the shareholders, it is the general meeting that will decide what is the other or others goals that the company may pursue. This being said, I'd like to try to answer the question, should we go beyond ESG? And my opinion is yes, but maybe not for the same reason. As you, I've been trying to decipher all the financial regulation, the sustainable finance, the taxonomy, the ESG regulation, the CSRD, all that. It's fine, it's okay. We finally start to have an accounting in the negative impacts of what business does when operating. We had the financials, now we had the positive and the negative impact. But do consider the huge effort that it will mean in terms of reporting for most of the companies, because we're saying today 55,000 companies are impacted in Europe, but it is far from being the whole lot, because you have to add all the people that work in the due diligence chain of these companies. You have to add all the companies that are already impacted by SFDR and by the credit limitation that the banks have because of the regulation. So there is a lot of regulation, and I would say that Europe is really running very fast in here. The other question is, what is doing the rest of the world? And I think you mentioned that we need a global element. Well, the UN SDGs were there to be that global element, but the only place in the world, maybe with the exception of the US, but for other reasons, where we really developed a very comprehensive Green Deal is Europe. And Europe is, in my opinion, lacking today in innovation. It is not anymore the leading market in the world, and we see that many other economies in the world are going faster than we do, and maybe with less regulation. And the big problem is, okay, will they, thanks to the market power, be more efficient, or will they be destroying what is left of what we have here as capacities in Europe? So I don't want to monopolize, but I do really believe that it's not only ESG on companies, it's a global transition of the whole society at large that is necessary to meet the challenge of biodiversity, of climate change, of inequalities, and of demography. But I don't want to monopolize.
No, thank you, very clear and very complimentary to the first. I give the floor to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe that we have to go beyond ESG means also to go beyond the way not just we manage business, but how we think about business. What is business? What is value? And so on. This is very important because the way we think about this today is part of the liberal script starting in the 18th century. There are free markets, free competitions, the wealth of nation, and later on even more narrow, the wealth of shareholders, and so on and so on and so on. But when we talk about all these challenges to this major crisis, I think we need to have also some ideas about new concepts. The way, and I want to make this point a little bit more clear. The first thing is that we should stop thinking about business firms as a function, as an input-output function. Maximizing some output, profit, whatever it is, wealth. But we have to accept that firms are organizations. Organizations with stakeholders, with a lot of stakeholders, and all these stakeholders contribute something to the performance of the firm. So for me, the firm is not an input-output function as it is in economics, but it is a network of stakeholder resources and stakeholder interests. And all these stakeholders expect a return on investment. Customers, NGOs, the government, they all invest in the firm and they expect something. And that is something we discuss all the time. So can it be justified that the government pays or pours billions of dollars into a financial industry? Why? We do this. And what's the return of this? So this is the first one. I believe the stakeholder capitalism is very important, very interesting. And the next step out of this is, I don't believe that the ESGs should just be constrained to impact, because impact means you already have done the work and then you look for the impact. But I believe you should think about new ways of creating value. What is value? Is this impractical? No, it's very practical. Everybody in the accounting industry knows for sure that 70% of all value creation is intangibles. But we don't have proxies, we don't have ways to do the bookkeeping, we know it. And if you want to sell or buy a firm with intangibles, to come up with a price is very tricky. What is the value of knowledge in the next 5 years? What is the value of SDGs? What does it mean to have a reputation for SDGs in the market? So these are all things we do not know, and this is not covered by the impact. The impact ideas, I mean, is very functional because that's relatively easy to measure, so to say, CO2 emissions like this. But if it comes to more complex proxies, it's not easy. For example, due diligence. How do we specify the due diligence? How do we enforce them? How is setting the rules due diligence? I've worked with a German company to do due diligence for the SDGs. So at the end of the day, we set up a stakeholder platform with more than 40 stakeholders to find out what is accepted due diligence and how can we enforce it? Because you cannot enforce it by law. So these are really problems we should deal with. And then we need management structures dealing with stakeholder relations. That would be my major point here. Because otherwise we just will have a reporting, one more type of reporting. We have to build proxies. But I would be more interested, I think the society is also expecting this, what is the way we create value? And what is value then?
Yeah, thank you. Just two comments. One to you, with what is value and how do we transform the value proposition or business model. I see a lot of product as a service business models. For example, if you have a land acre and you farm and a company sells you, has a business model to sell you more fertilizer, which will ruin the earth and the water. If you would have service a certain area to produce the most amount of crop at the least amount of fertilizer, you would have turned around the environmental impact. You would still have a business model, but you would have the service instead of the product there. So that is an area where we work a lot with to try to package a service, the product in a service, to come to a better impact on the environment. It's still the same product coming out, the crop, but is a complete different business model. So it was a very good comment. And to the ESG reporting, what I see in the companies a lot is all of the energy going into ESG reporting is really in the rearview mirror, right? Because this already happened, the emissions and the impacts, they're already gone, basically. So what we try to do is to work together in the silos in the organizations, right? From finance, sustainability team, and most importantly, R&D and product development. Because at the early stage of the design, if you design a new machine, a new car, a new plane, whatever it is, that's where the decision point is to what energy will I use? Where will I put the manufacturing? Will I allow it to ship around the earth? So we really should aim for going from all the energy into reporting, which is huge, right? To maybe say, okay, that is, excuse me, but water under the bridge for the planet, and really go, where are the next decisions that we can impact? And then incentivize that. Because that's what we can still change. Yeah.
Just for a second, I mean, just to continue with your case. But what if you do nothing with your acre for 1 year? Just let it as it is and waiting for recovery, just to protect the nature for some time for 1 year. In your bookkeeping, what does it mean? It's a loss. On the side of the society, it could mean a value created by doing nothing. And that is one of the problems we have in accounting and controlling and so on, because we cannot really develop a system to capture and to present or display the value we create by doing something. Because everything is, at the end of the day, it must be, you need to have an indicator which is positive or negative. But just...
Could you react on this idea of what is to be measured and how?
Well, I do think that until now we have been thinking on the offer side. What do business do? What is their business model? We haven't concentrated ourselves on the demand side. What does society want from business? And I think that's the question you asked. It's a very difficult question. Who can say what we all as society want from business? We probably could discuss for 2 or 3 months before we got a good idea of this. So with this in mind, let's see what are the positive and the negative points of what we're doing today. Without thinking about other elements than just profit, what are we sacrificing? We are sacrificing the possibility to have business models that would be more lenient on the planet, right? You just said, well, if you don't fertilize a soil for a year or something, it will cost you money. So maybe we have to reconsider many of the business change that we've put into place. And that is not only regulation, that is definitely changing the business models with more attention from those who decide what these businesses will be to other elements than just the shareholders. And so we come to the stakeholder value, the sustainability. But as long as we keep on rewarding companies on their trimestrials, just on their financials, we do have a problem too, because we're too short. The market today, is looking at your accounts every 6 months, some countries less than that, while we need a longer period for this. So I don't know exactly, but it's probably got to do with changing accounting to some extent, putting much more emphasis on what we want to do on the middle term and the long term, and changing the way we perceive what business does.
So I think you have addressed a lot of questions, both the tools, the incentives, the measurement, but also question about the values, and also the question of the nature of the firm, of the definition. I would like also to ask, do you think today we have the appropriate, not theory of the firm, we could say both the theory of the firm, but also the legal environment for the firm, not necessarily for demands for reporting, but also the way corporations are legally embedded in law? Do you think we have appropriate definition? And do you think something can be done here?
Sure, but I don't want to monopolize. Well, I've been a lawyer more than 40 years, I think, and I have one certitude. It's not law that leads the world. The world works, creates, innovates, and then you have law that comes. And that's something that I've been seeing for a long time. Who could have understood what is cyber law 30 years ago? Nobody was speaking about it. Law very often comes after. We are in something totally new for the world. We are, for the first time in our history, facing the fact that we are just consuming too much for what we have. How do we confront this reality? Is it by going to Mars? Is it going to go into the space? Is it technology? Is it changing the way we live in our society? Is it changing our legal models? Well, my bet is the legal models may help, but the legal models will not be the solution. The B Corp, the Société à Mission, they were already started within business before they became legal systems. And I will give it to you. And the last point I want, let's not forget that there are many ways to organize business thanks to the law, and not one firm. And that's really something very important in my view as a lawyer.
I mean, I've been working in this field for many, many years, but what I've seen is that legal regulations come to a frontier, and that we have more and more soft law. SCGs are not legal regulations. They are standards, voluntary standards. Huge parts of compliance management are voluntary behavior with regard to ethics, integrity, and so on. Corporate social responsibility. So the question with soft law is, okay, we can create it by having a multi-stakeholder approach, but who is going to enforce it? You are the company are asked to do this, and your argument is completely right. What about the risk coming with this? Where the uncertainty of your acting in the future is very, very high. Who is reporting about this? Again, just to monitor it to some extent at least, because we do not have really figures. So then we have a discussion about what is qualitative reporting. So you all know this and so, but at the end of the day, it's about storytelling. more or less. Yeah. So, and that makes you vulnerable for critics from the NGOs and so on. That's all the game. And I think we should really, what I feel is maybe a little bit too pessimistic, but there a lot of effort has been done to think about, to start with thinking about what is the way we want to do our business? What are the stakeholders who should benefit from this? What type of information or what type of resources from other stakeholders do we need to have this? But but one striking point is still, we're talking about Europe, and there are other big players. So this liberal script of the Western view of the world has stopped. If you go to Southeast Asia, nobody is thinking what the Europeans want to have. If you go to India, if you go to other parts of the world, even in the Emirates, they are not really interested, but thinking about how could they themselves manage the world. So what we have to, and I fully agree with it, we have to think about our position in the world. What are the power we really have to come up with legal regulations, to enforce this legal regulation? What are the power we have to convince other people, for example, that human rights are important? The other day, I observed our foreign ministry, Frau Baerbock, giving a media conference with the Chinese ambassador. And that was like statements. Ms. Baerbock made a statement, human rights are important, this is important, this is important, this is important. And the ambassador said, we are China, we are not going to listen to you, we are not ready to be humanized. But that was statements, exchange of statements, but not a conversation. So we are not even in a position to have a conversation with other nations, with other people. What is the next best step we can survive? That is what I'm really, what should I say, feel as a real challenge. And this reporting and also this EU taxonomy and so on, that could be one contribution to this type of discussion, but it has been, from the very, very beginning, it has been something to do with what is the wealth of nations or the wealth of a global society, world society, which we are really striving for together. And if we cannot agree on this, and that will be very tricky, it will be very, very difficult.
Thank you very much. I'm not a lawyer, but in those times I have encountered law in my corporate life has been in the area of merger and acquisitions, for example, or which is closely linked to competitiveness and disclosures and so on. And I think here we need to change our mindset a little bit, because if you take manufacturing, a lot of companies will go out of business if they don't manage to reinvent themselves. A lot of suppliers, Germany for example, the automotive landscape will be completely reinvented. And a lot of these companies are desperate and don't know how to turn around their business really. And here I think it's good we should stop thinking about it's forbidden to talk to the competition. We should build legal ways to say it's totally fine to talk to these guys and cooperate. How can we help you go out of business in a good way? Or how can we put your resources or take your stakeholders together to something else that we need more energy for? So I think that is something imprinted in the mind, that it's a no-go to talk to competition. Maybe if law could come in and say, all right, in this little garden here, you can do that in order to help each other and your supply chain, so vertically and horizontally. That I think is something that is an easy fix, and that could maybe accelerate the well-being a bit in the transition. Yeah, thanks.
Maybe I would just like to say a few remarks, and maybe you can have a word about what could be some kind of policy recommendation or new governance framework to support the transition before we open the discussion with the audience. But what I would like to stress on this idea that we discuss a lot here, both the national regulation but also needed international approaches. But in a sense, the question you raise, I think, is very important. What is the value that would be expected? And maybe there is not such thing that one common approach of the value. We find that there are many heterogeneous. And if we look back to history, I think that today we consider that I just came with the train, that the public transport or the possibility of taking train is a kind of common good or even public interest. But we should remember that it was developed by companies, and that what is today values often come from responsible innovation from companies. So the question that strikes to me here is, beside the the national or state regulation or international regulation, isn't it that we have to recognize that there is a rationality of business that is developing future values, but very heterogeneous? So isn't it that we have also to ask this business to say what kind of future they are building and what kind of values they contribute? But there is not perhaps, or that's a question I would like to, can we hope for having a common approach or a consensus about the values? Or should we recognize that especially corporations are here to bring and to invent new forms of future value? Well, that's to reopen, but I will just have to have your view about what could be some recommendation before we open the floor. Who would like to start? Rebecca? Yeah.
Thank you. I think when you look at ideas or innovation, I'm not so sure if we can really talk that companies start them. I think there is most of the times some non-market situation where research or some government support is provided to start an idea, like renewable energy, for example. We have big companies, but to start this, there was like people with purpose, people who got high risk equity that was like not sure if it's profitable at all. And now we have business segments. And I don't know if it's, I think most of business areas that are now important for us started like this, with like on a non-economic perspective. And on the other hand, now we have companies that in this context of the firm, how should like working as in a cooperative, like 100,000 members trying to discuss, okay, what is our purpose, what do we want to invest, what companies we want to provide loans, and having this huge discussion, ongoing discussion, what is good for us. And to be honest, it's challenging. And when I see this small organization, I'm not sure how we will organize this on an international level. I have no answer for this at all. But I think the context is really important, and we have to, I don't know, start at this levels, like cooperatives, small companies. And to be honest, I think every company you ask, from small to big company, I've never heard the company say, okay, my first purpose is only profits. There's always a storytelling behind every business owner. And to reduce companies of this economic function, I think was always quite short. Quite a short view. Thank you.
If I may. Well, just 2 points, one on value and the second one on innovation. The one on value, it depends what you understand by what is value. Is value creating dividends? Is value creating employment? Is value creating peace of mind for the people who live in the area? So I fully agree. We need to know more as a society what we put in value. Today, our metrics are limited to financials to a large extent. Is it something we want? Is it something we want to change? That's a question. The second point is, how do you create that value you have decided you want? And there, if I may, I disagree. Most often, the idea to create something come with innovative persons. And I'm sorry to say that I have met many people in the government, in the ministries, but I haven't met so many innovative persons in these areas. I do believe that you can create innovation by doing research, by doing certainly fundamental research, which is not funded enough, I think, today, and by then translating what you find by that research in business models that are useful. And then the question again, do you need the approach of the profit to grow them? I think yes, because we haven't found a better way until now. But do we leave it only to profit? I say no. We need to have other elements. I have no other answer to those questions. Once again, we have to find our solutions by doing, because the urgency is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear. Wiktor?
Yeah, just a comment on your a keyword consensus that you picked up on. And consensus is for me also of all the three dimensions: profit, performance, and sustainability. So this goes into organizations, R&D, LCA people, investors. Do they even linguistically talk the same language? I don't know. Definitely not in a data way. Because if we want to solve the equation, we need to go into the R&D details, into the life cycle details, and into the financial aspects. And if we can't even talk to each other, how are we expecting our data to talk to each other to really find the optimum combination of these three dimensions? So consensus is, for me, both on a human aspect from different disciplines to come together, but also to objectify the decisions. Because they're so often driven by ego and politics inside the corporation now. So, and I think and I'm not advocating more data. I think nowadays we have enough. We need to structure it and put it together in an objective way to deliver a consensus for us to make a decision on. And if I could do that today for those decisions that I've recently been in, to say, here is a 5.8% less carbon intensity for a 2% less gross profit in 5 years. I mean, that doesn't exist really. It's a high-level indicative. I think together with product passports and LCA standards, we're slowly getting there. But to drive consensus together with objective data instead of egos and gut feel experience, because everything is new and there is no really gut feel, I think. Yeah.
Two short remarks. One is innovation. I guess one of the challenges with innovation is that you have to do is in cooperation with other together. You need access to knowledge which you are not own. So that's the problem, because we are living in a society very competitive, and the profits from innovation must be allocated. So how can we cooperate at the same time creating new business models, new platforms, whatever it is? This is one of the things you raised the question. Is very close to monopoly and collusion and so on. But as a matter of fact, all the major innovations are based on cooperation between competitors and other stakeholders. This is one thing. And the other one is shared value, creating shared value. Michael Porter made a suggestion how to define this, and I think this is not too bad. Profit is one income. It belongs to the organization. It's a residual gain. That's what's left over at the end of the day. But in the meantime, all stakeholders must have a factor income. The community must have a factor income, the NGO, the customers, and so on. And that is what I believe the ESG reporting is all about, to define this. What is in it for me as a customer? What is in it for me as a government? What is in it for me as a community? I built your street. I built your school. What is in it for me? I'm not going to pay tax money to support your company having nothing from this. So that is, we have to make clear. We have to come to a sort of a controlling and accounting that we can demonstrate more clearly what is the advantage, what is the gain which can be captured by all stakeholders. Because the old script idea is, if the profit is high enough, there will be, so to say, a trickle-down effect, and everybody will have a gain. But by now we know it is not true. It's not even true. It cannot even be demonstrated. And this is also something, and this story, this narrative, this trickle-down effect on profit is something, there are not many people who believe in this in the meantime. And there are economists who made very, very impressive statistical research to demonstrate that this is not a fact. So I think we should take this serious and bring the card on the tables, and then allow for a creative discussion. What are the alternatives? These are not easy ones. For example, we have been doing research for 5 or more years to find indicators for intangibles. Very, very difficult until today. Yeah? But we have to find and agree as a society on some measure, on some proxies, because otherwise we cannot have a discussion, a conversation about this.
Thank you very much for your different input. I suggest that we open the discussion with the audience. So please present yourself so that we can know who is speaking.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Christiane Rademacher. I am ambassador with the European Innovation Council, which is the largest, it's an organization linked to the European Innovation Fund, which is co-funded by the European Commission and the European Investment Bank, which is the largest venture capital fund for innovation in Europe. Up to 12 billion euros between 2018 and 2027 devoted to not only innovation, but also groundbreaking technology and now strategic technology for Europe. I just wanted to give maybe a glimpse of hope to the debate, because indeed the accent is being also from the initiative of the Commission, the accent is really being put on co-creation and innovation co-creation within the ecosystem. So it's not anymore a matter of having corporations competing with each other, or having the civil society having to just accept what the business is offering. The demand plays a huge role, as well as finance plays a huge role to de-risk indeed the innovation and the investment in strategic innovation. So I would like to really share that the importance of ecosystems, going from the research and education up to the implementation of new technologies, the impact of innovative entrepreneurs and startups in the product and offering of corporations. I think that this is something that is a dynamic that is picking up in Europe, and I think that we have to just be very happy about it. Another thing about regulation and about indeed the burden the regulation might mean for corporations and for companies. First of all, if there were self-regulations, we would not need regulation. So clearly businesses have not been able, for various reasons, to achieve this on their own. The second thing is, for instance, for something like GDPR. GDPR is something that impacts large corporations, not only in Europe, but worldwide. And why? How does it do it? Because GDPR concerns the Europeans. It's not European companies, it's the Europeans. So to protect Europeans who are normally high net worth individuals, and that's where Europe can play an economic role worldwide, to protect Europeans, companies must implement these regulations, and these regulations go far beyond just Europe. So in the same way, there will be regulation on artificial intelligence, on the protection of the citizens in that sense. There are regulations on the ESGs, of course, with the taxonomy, it's going to have an impact. So I think that, yes, it's a struggle. We have to find the right balance, but I think that we're on the right track, and Europe is definitely leading in that. And I think that the European companies should be happy to support, even corporations should be happy to support this, because that is what creates competitiveness also worldwide. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
don't know what you think about this.
Yeah, thank you very much. There are many things, so many you want to react, either on the ecosystem aspect or the...
Well, it is true, but I would be careful with the Brussels effect, because what you've just told us is the impact of the famous market, European market worldwide. Well, if you look at it, that was true 20 years ago. But today, with the Chinese market, with the Indian market, with all these growing economies, I think we have to look at things a little bit more larger. And if I may, and it's not to say that Europe is not doing what it should be doing. It's more saying that there are other questions to be tackled with.
I fully agree that I just wanted to add that I'm working together with MIT and Harvard, and even in the United States, they're fully working hand in hand with Europe.
Some reaction to... No? So we take another question, if there are, or comments or remarks, suggestion. Yes?
Thank you. I was just wondering for the underlying question of what are the motives for companies but also individuals. It's from the way I look at it, it's still very much driven by scarcity and an underlying stress or fear of not having enough. I think even Europe is founded on no more war ever, but to me, it feels like it never moved beyond that into seeing cooperation as more than just not fighting each other. And is this something that resonates? Like the ecosystem is not set up to have this built-in trust. I think most of it still comes from distrust and competition, and this mindset of competition linked to scarcity, which today in a lot of sectors there's actually abundance. And I don't know, it's quite perhaps a bit of a challenging question, I can imagine, but are there any reflections on that in how to change that mindset to have more positive incentives for all the different stakeholders to actually engage with growth in a sustainable way?
Very fundamental question, but difficult perhaps. Someone?
I can only comment from the background of metal, which is a main part where all the manufacturers turn to someone with metal background, is that we do talk vertically across the supply chain to start designing for recyclability, so you can tear machines apart, not only mechanically but also chemically. Can you separate iron, copper, and so on? So there are a lot of collaborations ongoing to share that knowledge. Even though it feels to me they are usually not driven by the core business. It's usually some complement at the side wing of a company's portfolio. Another example would be of collaboration, the green electricity certificates, as I think that worked very well, even though they don't really have a direct impact of stop emitting greenhouse gases. It's more of a trading. That would be another example, but absolutely agree. So it has to be more collaboration, both vertically and horizontally.
I think we should take into account that a firm is a project of cooperation. That's the reason why we set up firms in the 18th century. That we can cooperate doing trade, for example, with India, and that we can cooperate in the industry and so on. So the whole sense of business, of a firm as an organization is to cooperate, to make sure that different resources, multiple resources, can cooperate to produce value. So that's the starting point, and I think we should go back to this idea. Cooperation, there's competition, of course there's competition. But we need a lot of resources. For example, usually in the 80s, we believed that the shareholders own the company. That's not true. The shareholders own their shares. That's it. So they have the right to expect a return on investment, but they are not the owner of the company. The owner of the company is the company, legally. Very simple. So, and the question is, what are we going to do with this project? And I'm not talking about expropriation or something like that, but we have to use this, and we do it. We have to use this enterprise project to master the challenges of our future development. That's what we have to do, because they are agile, they have capital, they have knowledge, they have management tools. Some of them better than states can do, than governments can do. And that is what happens at the moment. That's the reason why you are always asked to do something, which I can remember 20 years ago, you could not find in no textbook of management education. Yeah? So it completely changes the situation. And this is the idea you should promote.
Because I think the idea of value has been narrowed down so much to just financial profit, while what you talk about, the enterprise creating value, it's a lot more. It's about all those people that can take a train and move around the country and do and pursue their talents over there, etc. But this is all left out of the equation until today. And even when we know the real costs, they don't seem to be reflected in the value that we, sell to the shareholders mostly, or that the shareholders sell to society. It's just money somewhere. It doesn't even have any tangible kind of reality. So, I mean, the money has become the end motive instead of the tool that it once was. I think, and we've made this mistake throughout history all of the time, but that's because of the idea of scarcity, I think, comes back in.
And if you were looking at it in another way, looking at the money is in fact the gasoline on which the economy has been working the last 200-300 years. And the question is, do we need to put some additions in that gasoline? The problem, I think, is indeed financials have been for a long time limited to how much dividend, how much risk. But the problem is that's just an agreement with financials. If you add additional elements to measure that value, you will change the way you account for value. Now, this being said, we should look at the reality a little bit closer, because I do not believe that all companies first are living listed. The listed companies are the least numerous companies in the world. Most companies are not listed. Most companies are privately owned. The size of the company is important, and also the group in which it acts, the ecosystem, the fact that you are very local or national, international, all these elements. So it's, in my opinion, and I say with modesty, extremely difficult to say that is the responsible, that is the bad thing, that is the good thing. No, the reality is we can all improve what we have built until today. We can learn from our mistakes, and we should look toward a more clever future by probably leaving a little bit room for innovation, more than just trying that the state will find a solution for everything, because that is not true. The state doesn't find a solution for everything. You can look into history. It has never been the case. I don't see why in the future it will be the case. But at the same time, how do you make sure that business is doing that job that society is assigning to business? In other words, can we find a way where we agree what is the job of business? And there, I'm sorry, we're going back to the question of value, and the question of value cannot be limited anymore, I think, and that's to finish the reasoning to the only question of money. It's much more than that, but then you need to measure it, and then you need to have consensus about how you measure it and what you put in the world value. Thank you.
Yes, there are one question on the back and one here. maybe I would like to add also something on this important question, if I can.
Thank you very much. So maybe here my question is also...
Can you present yourself? So that
sorry,
can
my name is Mukhtarba. I'm from the Ghent University. So just to put my, let's say, I have heard a lot of issues around value and all this element, but we have also to be, I think, positive on the fact that today the regulations and, let's say, the measures that society has taken today is kind of taking effect. I was having a discussion with a senior manager of a listed company, Rio Tinto, mining company, and the iron ore industry. They are, let's say, they have their core business in Australia, but suddenly, thanks to the current measures that we have, they decided to shift their mining activity, large part of those mining activity, to Africa, in that concrete case in Guinea-Conakry. Why they did that? Because it's 8 times much more cheaper for them from an ESG point of view to mine the iron ore based in Guinea, West Africa, instead carry on mining the iron ore in Australia. Why they did that shift? Thanks to those ESG reporting requirement. So maybe it's working. So that's kind of just thinking I wanted to add on that one. And to come back to the professor as well, so Europe, so let's say the Brussels-centric thinking, I don't know, maybe the time has arrived to genuinely engage Europe and Africa in order to see how could we together, let's say, try to not be the loser of what's going on at this moment. So otherwise it's just lose-lose for Europe and Africa instead of being part of the dynamic that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this example and comments. I don't know if you want to react.
About the losers, so, I mean, another challenge is we have to learn to deal with mutual dependency. That is something that we have learned during the last 4 or 5 years. How serious this is to manage mutual dependency. So for example, Germany, each euro value creation is created by 90% by export or import. But that means we are integrated in the world economy and we cannot get out of it. We have to deal with the challenges which come. So I fully support what your idea, and but we have to have completely clear in our mind what are the governance structures which we need to manage this. It's not a question of deglobalization. That is something that would be a disaster. We have to find a way to manage, to have governance structure to deal with dependency in a way that everybody can have an advantage from this. Also, a miracle we have no clear-cut answer to, but I say it the other way around. It's a challenge to come up with new ideas. And therefore, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. My personal comment would be any virgin material tearing out the ground should be stopped or reduced. And I think there are a lot of collaborations with Africa and Europe in energy, water. But we have so much innovation and technology these days that we are able to recycle if we just are incentivized in that direction. And we have to reduce the exploitment of virgin materials, really. There is enough steel for everyone on the ground, and the technology to recycle it is also there. It's just not being invested in enough yet. Thank you.
Lucio Biggiero from the University of L'Aquila, Italy. My question concerns time variable, because all what you said is very reasonable. And we can synthesize it, let's say, smooth change. But the question is, do we have enough time for such a smooth change? Just this.
Yes.
probably would need 2 days to answer it.
I think it's another question, even if it's clearly linked. We have in my research team another aspect that could also be put forward, but it would be too long to develop. This the idea about if we are going to organize a kind of very big effort for the transition to be and to solve the planet, to save the planet. Sorry. We have to think about what kind of sacrifice can we collectively organize. And it's the parallel that we explore is there is a law, probably the most ancient law in maritime organization. This law is the general average law. And it says that when there is a tempest, a peril, the captain is allowed to throw the merchandise, even if it's not his merchandise. But what is sacrificed has to be taken to the cost has to be shared among all the ones that have benefit from saving the ship. And this rule of general average, we explore how because in times when there is a peril that is very urgent, we need to take a decision now. Because to save everyone. So I think we have to explore alternative way of thinking. So that could be, that's just a kind of digression. But I think today, among companies, there are this kind of reflection about we are interdependent. It goes back to ecosystem. There are not only separate competition and competitive organization. We are all in the same ship.
Just to give you an answer, Lucio. I mean, if we had time, we will know some fine day. But in the meantime, we do not have time to lose time. And some people believe or try to describe the situation as it is 5 minutes to 12 or 5 minutes past 12 or something like this. But my impression is that this argument is not very convincing in a society. I don't know why, but I have the impression that we have to demonstrate that we have a plan, that we know what we are going to do, and then we can do our best. But nobody can guarantee that there is time enough. That is something we will have experienced some fine day. And therefore, this is also something, I understand this, that just to push the argument and so on, and to have the time pressure, but I believe that this is, at the end of the day, not really helpful.
And I think you really got me with this question, because I'm not sure if we have the time to discuss what is the definition of the firm, find a common ground, what is value in the European Union, and maybe not. Yeah? Maybe we will never find a common understanding of value or good ESG reporting and all this. But what I can say is, as a practitioner, we have to start. So there will not be the answer for everything. We will not have a common ground, but like, you should start it in your cooperative, in your work environment. As an investor, you should just start asking questions in your investor relation, and build up and start and trial and error. I think it's the only way now to go on. I don't say that these discussions are not helpful to just, okay, we need value, we need a good definition of this, and we need a high-level ESG reporting. I think these are important discussions, but I think it's highly positive and absolutely necessary that the European Union is really very ambitious, tackling climate change and forcing companies also to think about it. It would be absolutely sad for everybody if we would just add like one big of more compliance to companies and nothing will change. But I think there's hope that this will not happen. I think all the regulations have been developed include a lot of what we have learned before, like double materiality, I think, is some essential concept of reporting and thinking about sustainability in the firm. But like I said, we have to start, and there's no good and bad. Everybody has to start on his corner he can work on. Thank you.
Well, you know, I think that society at large is wiser than that. We have started to transition. We have started, but we don't realize it yet. Just look at Brussels with the good move system. Many people are not happy with it, but at the same time, we're doing just what they've been doing in Copenhagen 20 years ago. So there are things moving. Many more people today use bicycles and try not to have cars in cities anymore. And all these things, you know, if you get there in changing the way we consume, because at the end of the day, why are we polluting so much? Because we are in a consumerist system. A system where we don't care. We take the plane because we want it. We want to have a fast food, we get it. Okay, that's the system we're living in. So if we don't drastically, all of us, change the way we're living, well, our imprint will remain the same, will probably grow. So we have to focalize, I think, in the common cleverness of society and hope, and that's to answer the time question, hope that we all realize together before it's too late that we've done the necessary changes. And I know it's very easy to say from Europe, where we all have a good standard of living, and while the rest of the planet, you still have about 4 or 5 billion inhabitants who just looking at what we can have today, saying, I want that. You see, that's the whole problem. We have built a system of consumption that we all find agreeable, but that is very, very much energy and material consuming. So we need to adapt it so that everyone can benefit from it, or at least benefits from something that is equally correct.
A quick. One last question, perhaps. Just a comment on the. So a good comment about time. For me, I accept that I'm a human being with a 1,000-year-old brain, and we're very bad at managing long-term decisions. It's true for my 6-year-old who doesn't understand he has to study if he wants to have a job in 10 years, but if I tell him no candy, he will clean his room immediately. And if you look at history throughout humanity, no, it's equally true. So humanity has managed to solve problems when they were in their face, literally, right ahead of them. So I fully believe that the time is there. It has to be there. The thing that I'm worried about, though, is the long development cycles that I wasn't aware of 5-6 years ago. The cars we design today will roll off a factory 2030. So, and a lot of the projects today, they don't embed sustainability at all. And that's in 2030, and they will roll on the streets for another 20 years. So there's absolutely time for urgency, but no time for panic. And absolutely, we do have the time. We have to have it. And yeah, thank you.
Maybe we take one final question.
I had a question as well.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and maybe a comment also to Lucio's question on time. My personal view is I like the Spanish philosopher Miguel de Unamuno, who wrote a book called The Sentido Trágico de la Vida, this tragic sense of life, based on the view of Blaise Pascal and Pascal's wager about the existence of God. And he does not know, Pascal does not know if God exists. But one assumes that he does, or she does, and acts accordingly. And Unamuno suggests we don't know if what we do in life matters, has an effect, but we act as though it does. And so I think that's a good attitude in general to take on these things. But my question would be to Philippe's comment that law reacts to things that are happening on the ground. And my question would be a little bit provocative. Is this always the case? And referring to David Ellerman's research on the connection between law and economics, he sees law as the obverse side of the invisible hand. So many times law is giving the conditions in which things happen. And then maybe a secondary question, which is to the whole panel, is: do you all think that things have to get worse before they get better?
Thanks God, law was invented before the invisible hand. Well, you know, in my opinion, law is a technique that we humans have invented in order to socialize the way we're living. And we need it because that's a very good way to make ourselves cooperate. Without law, it's quite difficult. It's always the law of the strongest, of the fittest. So law mitigates this. But you have to have something existing before you mitigate it. That's my answer to your question. That was not provocative, but very well meant. Thank you.
Can you ask the final question and then we can ramp up? Or
Yeah, sorry. I think there's a couple of things that I don't really agree with. I think not everyone in Europe is having an awesome time or having a great way of living. What strikes me most is that even the people who are, you know, part of the haves, that often if you just ask 2 to 3 questions, they're actually deeply dissatisfied as well. They're usually the ones filling up the cabinets of psychologists and psychiatrists as well, where the poor just don't have the money for in our system. So I think it's there's a deeper underlying root cause of consumerism, which is already a reaction to not feeling adequate, which links back to what was just said about having a sense of purpose. I think the whole system is incentivized in a way that it makes you, you know, it disempowers you. When you try to follow whatever it is that you think is your purpose, people will question you, the system will question you, because you just need to be in a 9-to-5 job. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but I mean, there's all these kind of, this is the normal, and well, the normal is killing us. So maybe we should stop pretending it's the normal and open up a true discussion about what is actually value. Yeah, went on a tangent. I think I was going to say something completely different, but I had a different question, which is just about this. It's linked to what I just said, but it's we're all responsible, and I think everybody feels this sense of responsibility. Even the people who, you know, did well, made a lot of money, they still feel like I'm watching the world going to the wrong direction. But we don't have the ability to respond. And the question I would ask is like, is there no way in using this huge amount of data that we have today? I think most researchers will feel what I'm saying is you send reports and it just becomes one of the 20 reports on the desk of any legislator, and 19 others are, you know, written with other interests, not the common interest. So how do you make a distinction, and how do you get policymakers to actually realize, well, if we make this decision, that will be the cost of this society that I'm supposed to represent, because now they can always hide behind different facts because they actually don't know either who is lying and who's not. So, I mean, is there no way in using this data in a more beneficial way to contextualize it for any given stakeholder to know this is actually a choice that will represent the value that I'm searching for, making the distinction between desire and actual needs, because I think that's important.
maybe a short remark and then we'll conclude. No, go on if you want. I think we can take
just to comment on the data, and I absolutely agree with your points. We mentioned earlier that there is enough data, just like you say, but it is in the expert silos of the product developers, of the life cycle experts, and the investors, really. And I do believe if the data were objectified and presented to you in an intuitive way, that is the gap on the market today, that is very complicated today, the data to understand an LCA, what does it really tell you? If we can solve that, which is what we're trying to do with the software we just launched, is to present complex expert data, embed the other silos, and present it to decision makers in an intuitive, easy way. I think that's one step on the way towards what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this lively discussion. I promise maybe 2-3 minutes for ramp-up, and I will make just a few remarks to try to build some comments. And if you have a final statement, my remarks will leave you some time to think about your final statement. So I would like to make 3 comments based on this discussion. Of course, it's my perception, so it will be biased, of course. The first one I would like to stress is that in this discussion, it's clear that there is this kind of antagonism that between profit should companies be measured, but I think one important issue is other values, or is the kind of utility that develop companies antagonist with profit, and I'm not at all sure of that. And there are many examples. For instance, I work with a company that developed product to save children and to fight against malnutrition in Africa, and they sell the product to NGO, and they make profits. And it could be contradictory, but should we ask them to renounce to profit, even though their product is very useful and has a great utility? So I think the question is rather, we have a kind of system today that makes sometimes either choose between non-for-profit and for-profit, but it means that for-profit corporation would be necessarily non-responsible without utility. We should rather consider that today the problem is that even the companies that have very important and ambitious socially or environmentally projects may be trapped because of the kinds of governance that we have that force, in a sense, with the change of shareholders or for many circumstances, to prioritize profits over the rest. But there is no fundamental necessity of these antagonisms, and we have to think that the activity of the companies can be beneficial for the communities and that they create values without renouncing necessarily to profit. The problem is organizing some balance and some dialogue within the company about what we serve. And probably one aspect for me today is that this corporation framework that we have for business enterprise does not impede the reduction of purpose to profit. And that's one of the problems that we have to face. The second point, very, very short, is regarding scarcity, because I think it's very important in this discussion. We have mentioned the use of natural resources and of course all the biodiversity, the problem that we have. But at the same time, we have to think that, in my view, the actual economic theory has been developed in the 19th centuries, where, in a sense, when you were owner of a production tool, then you can build some value on that and keep the profit from that. But the nature of activity is completely minimized here. It means that you have a production tool or a kind of capital, and then you can make some production function, like you say, input-output, and take the profit. But it outlooked and it neglects the fact that most of companies today, they are not powerful because of the capital they have, but because they know how to invent new ways to use this capital and to derive new values. So I think the link to scarcity is different, because scarcity is what you are able to develop. So of course there are some scarcity, but the resource could be much more artificial in a sense. So it's open to new approach, I think, in economy. And then it links to my third and final comment, because I think we have dealt a lot with the idea of we are trapped, in a sense, into reduced or restrictive metrics. And you all ask for more enriched. We need some measurement, but we need also more enriched sets of accounting system and evaluation tools. In that way, I think the question we all go back is to say, what kind of value do we prioritize, and what is to be measured and how? And for me, here we have two options. One is organizing a kind of dialogue with the stakeholders to say, well, what are the kind of value that we are pursuing? And there are many important questions, and that's all the stakeholder theory. Should it be internal to the firm? Should it be at the level of the ecosystem of the industry sector? No. And that, the stakeholder theory has always fighted, well, how can we organize this kind of dialogue, at which level? And the other option, again, sorry to give my example in France, but the way to propose to a company to say, well, give us your value, make them explicit, make your promise to the stakeholders you have chosen. And then the dialogue will be organized with them. But then it will be compulsory for you because there are some binding effects about what you claim. And I think that's a way to organize a kind of participatory dialogue and to say, well, we can't have a kind of consensual approach about one set of values, but please make explicit your values, and so each of your stakeholders know what you... I have been too long, sorry, but if you have a final statement to close the session.
It was a very nice final statement.
Thank you. Do you want some final words? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So without further ado, I think lunch is waiting on us in the foyer. So I think we start again at 1:15 with the second panel. Can everyone hear me? Yes, I think so. If I have to talk like this. Is this okay? Can everyone hear me? Okay. So we will start now the second panel. And the theme of today has been so far, it's a larger panel, so as you see, has been dialogue. And so we want to continue the dialogue now. And the question, of course, if we do introduce... Wait a moment. Come in. So the question, of course, is if we want to introduce dialogue at the level of the firm, how do we do this? And the second panel really will investigate the practical implementations of these hypotheses, these notions that we've been discussing since this morning. And so questions like which governance reforms at the level of the firm need to be instituted in order to achieve sustainability are things that we'll be discussing, the panelists will be discussing. And just the suitable dynamics, transdisciplinarily, so getting out of our silos, the managers getting out of their silos, the lawyers getting out of their silos, the economists and so on, everyone really leading a productive discussion, hopefully, as to how to best render the firm part of a sustainable agenda. So I would like to introduce the panelists, and maybe starting here from the right side, we have Marek Hudon, who's a professor at the Solvay Business School. Actually, I'm not liking this. Switch. He's a professor at the Solvay Business School of Economics and Management at the Université Libre de Bruxelles. He's a visiting professor as well at EDHEC in France and at Paris in Sorbonne and at the Université de Namur. We have next to him Thad Metz, who's a professor of philosophy at the University of Pretoria, and I'm looking for your has been analytically drawing on relational values, prominent in philosophies of the Global South, particularly in Africa, to address a variety of moral, political, economic, and legal controversies. And his most recent book, which you can find here, is A Relational Moral Theory, is the first monograph on African philosophy to have appeared with Oxford University Press in 25 years, and is being translated into Chinese. We have Christiane Felber, whose work on the economy for the common good has been ongoing for more than a decade, and whose book here, Pour l'économie du bien commun, can be found here. Change Everything in English. I think it has been recently translated into French, quite recently. French and Japanese. And he was born in Salzburg as a visionary thinker on the future of the economy, finance, and trade, has authored more than 15 books, taught at 8 universities. He's the creator of the Economy for the Common Good model and initiator of the associated international ESG movement. We have the moderator of the panel, Coline, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the Solvay Business School, and is a chairholder of Chaire ES at ULB, chair on social economy, and whose research interests revolve around social entrepreneurship, social ventures, governance, and common pool resources. We have Benjamin Huybrechts, who is in Lille, and is a professor at IESEG, School of Management in France, where he participates in the IESEG Center of Organizational Responsibility, and his research examines alternative organizational forms such as social enterprises and cooperatives, focusing on diverse fields including fair trade and community-based renewable energy, and his recent publications examine the partnerships and networks that these organizations form to promote their distinctive practices and bring about institutional change. We have Nazik, Beishenaly, who is at KULeuven and is part of the research team there at the Center of Expertise for Cooperative Entrepreneurship, and works on the role of cooperative enterprises in international development. And from September 2023, she will start her MSCA project on how social enterprises contribute to development and democratization in post-social society at the Hertie School of Business and in Germany. And also has worked with UN agencies and I think the government of Kyrgyzstan. Yes, and and the president of the National Agricultural Cooperative Union. And lastly, we have Lucio Biggiero, who is a professor at L'Aquila in Italy, and his main research interests are around the themes of the cooperative economy as a socially and ecologically sustainable alternative to capitalism, organizational and interorganizational forms of coordination, international trade and economic development, epistemological and methodological problems of the social sciences, and the role of complexity in transformation of society, economy, and scientific thinking. So without further ado, I will give the floor over to Coline, who will moderate this panel. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Jerome. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel on Beyond SDG, an economy for the common good. So as an introduction, this morning we've heard about the work of Philippe de Woot. And Philippe de Woot really asked three main questions. By whom, for when, and, by whom, for whom, and for what? And I think this panel really can answer these three questions and is grounded in these three big questions that he asked himself. And what I really think about when I was thinking about the organization of this panel, and the idea basically here is to discuss, how can we move toward a sustainable economy, and how can we extend the company and the corporation so that we move toward a more sustainable economy, and how do we get there? And in thinking about this, it also made me think about the concept of just transition, which is an emerging concept and which is actually quite a hot topic in Belgium at the moment with le Haut Comité pour la Transition Juste, where we really see that there is a need not only to integrate a social dimension, to have new socially oriented policies within firms, but also an environmental dimension. And the environmental dimension and the new environmental policies need to take into account social practices and vice versa. So a bit of a word about the organization of this panel. We're mainly going to discuss three main topics. First, we're going to tackle the common good of the firm. Then we will ask whether we can see the firm as a sort of common good common pool resource. And finally, we will question the role of economic activity. So, as a brief introduction to our first topic, the common good of a firm, the two main questions I would like to ask our panelists today is how can we define the common good of a firm and how can we measure the common good of a firm? In this morning, we've talked about, these intangibles that we need to measure. Well, the common good of a firm, or the common good in general, is really an intangible. So how can we measure it, but also how can we define it? Maybe Marek, you would like to start. I think it was not mentioned, but you are a professor in business ethics, so you probably have some knowledge about the common good of a firm.
Shall we take this one, then you can keep yours?
Great.
Thank you, Christian. And thank you, Coline, for this first question. Indeed, I mean, we could spend a lot of time discussing, this notion of common good, but probably just to take 2 minutes on this issue, at least I see theoretically 3 ways to understand that, and probably we can build that in terms of the operationalization later. And historically, when we have started to work on the question of the common good within organization, or organization can contribute to the common good, we understood that there is kind of a misunderstanding or misagreement, let's say, about what we talk about, in the sense that historically and certainly in the ethical, let's say, tradition, and it typically refers to the Aristotelian tradition of the common good, which was more like collective interest, which was more community building, community interaction, which is relatively broad, in fact. And that's why when we talked about, this notion of common goods, it was anything bringing some content, some interest, some value, let's say, to the community. And then we can go deeper with Aristotle and the virtues. It's not the goal here, but that's and probably all the tradition, for instance, the social Christian tradition builds on this notion also related to the Aristotelian tradition here also. And then, obviously, during the last decades, when we talked about the commons, we think about Elinor Ostrom, isn't it? And this notion of commons as resources that are shared by a group, and that this group collectively elaborates a set of rules. And these notions is probably more specific, more demanding already, and I will in fact suggest that the three different notions will be more and more demanding. It's more demanding because here you have a set of rules, and that the community basically has to decide, to fulfill, to set sanctions related to these set of rules. And therefore, basically, organizations can be part of this notion of commons, isn't it? You can imagine, and you know that we have organizations setting rules, managing collectively some resources also, and I will get back to that rapidly. And then the third notion after the Aristotelian tradition, after the commons, would be the commoning. And I think I talk about that not just for the sake of like teaching business ethics, but because I guess it will be valuable for the discussions we will have in terms of what the organization can do. Because when we talk about commoning, we move even one step further in terms of what we expect from basically value creation, what we expect from the organization also, because here we suggest that the collective, let's say, movement or the collective activity would be basically a joint activity related to production, related to distribution, related to consumption. So it goes much further than just having a set of rules. We talk about producing together, consuming together, distributing together, and people like De Angelis, for instance, just to give one name, has been very influential on this issue. And this third notion would even more, let's say, challenge the idea of capital accumulation compared to the other one. And just to finish on that, and I will talk less for the other questions, just to be clear. This is the deal with Coline. But just, if we think about that, we can see, obviously, that the first one, Aristotelian tradition, could be related to more traditional socially responsible activities, CSR and so on. The second one is already one step further. Probably some social economy organization, mission-based organization would be probably close to this one. And the third one, which is commoning, would go one step further. It's probably the most difficult one, but it may be the most promising one in terms of changing the organization as we know it together. So just as an introduction, theoretical introduction on this DB.
I can say something, not necessarily. It's very interesting to listen to this approach. I heard that you said a company's common good, a company can contribute to the common good. This was my irritation with the question. I've never talked about the common good of a company. For me, the common good is the greater society's good. And Adam Smith was even talking about universal benevolence. So his common good notion comprised the whole universe, and that's also mine, to be honest. It's at least post-anthropocentric, and it's global, and there is no common good of a group, although maybe that's a little bit sophisticated, and you could say it's the collective good or the particular good of a group. And I just came across from the European Parliament, where is the event Beyond Growth. And there we were searching for the successor of GDP for a measure for the common good of the greater society. And there are several proposals on the table. You know the Better Life Index, you know the Happy Planet Index, you might know the Gross National Happiness. The Economy for the Common Good movement is proposing the Common Good product, which has 3 key features. The first one is the common good product of the greater society should be composed by the citizens in a bottom-up exercise. Maybe the indicators then can come from experts. Then we have a marriage of a bottom-up and a top-down approach. Second point, the final result should replace GDP everywhere where it has a normative role, where it measures the goal of the economy or success in order to only remain as a non-normative statistical indicator. That's a fine function of GDP. And the third one, which links it now to your question, we should not discuss separately about beyond GDP and on the macro level and sustainability reporting on the micro level of the company, but we should link these two discussions. And we might even derivate a company's sustainability performance measuring or sustainability reporting to the common good product on the macro level. This is not happening at the moment. At the moment, European Union is kind of developing the sustainability reporting standards, which are part of the CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and there is no linkage at all to the macro level. So they're developed completely separately. And our proposal, and this is a reaction indeed to the European Union's effort, the Common Good Balance Sheet, which we have developed as a tool of a civil society movement, which has been applied by more than 1,000 companies, but also cities and even the universities, is directly derivated from the macro values. And as we haven't had a citizen participatory process which has defined the common good, that's our proposal. What we did is we took the most frequent constitutional values of democracies as a starter, which are in our view dignity, solidarity, justice, sustainability, and democracy, or participation and co-determination. And we applied these values on companies, organizations, no matter which legal form. And the deeper they live these values, the better. So we immediately have the vector you have been talking about. It's not only about greening existing legal forms, it's establishing a vector towards ever deeper democracy, participation, sustainability, solidarity, social cohesion, justice, trust, and all our fundamental values. But the point is, we shift from the means, that would be Aristotle's schematistique, to the true goals, which would be a true oikonomia in Aristotle's terms. So I would even reconfirm that tradition.
Thank you. Thad, would you like to add something?
Sure. I'm a professional philosopher, an ethicist, so you should be sure that I've got my own conception of the common good. But I'm not going to advance it today. Instead, I'm going to suggest that we ensure that when we are developing conceptions of the common good, we get input from a variety of the parts of the world. So I love Aristotle, you guys, but there are quite a variety of cultures around the world that are going to have different kinds of inputs about what counts as the common good. For a concrete example, if we look at the Better Life Index of the OECD, we do find a category of community. But what is community there? It's merely, are you able as an individual to go to somebody when you're in need? That's the extent of what counts as community for the OECD. That's mighty thin. And if you look at cultures salient in Africa, in East Asia, in South America, they are going to put much greater weight on community and more generally on relationship. So if you look at what the OECD says about community, why we should be able to rely on people in need, well, we might feel isolated and lonely if we don't, or our economic opportunities are going to be limited. Well, those things are true, but there are individualist rationales, right? They refer to an individual's feelings or an individual's economic opportunities. And for quite a number of cultures around the world, what matters is relationship itself. And so a cluster of a sense of togetherness, participation on a cooperative basis, mutual aid, where it's not attending to utility, but rather meeting one another's needs or making each other objectively well off, acting out of sympathy or compassion. This cluster of relational values is salient in a variety of non-Western traditions, and is unlikely to feature unless we include voices from the Global South. We were asked about how to measure these things, and I do think we can, in principle, measure. And we can look at Bhutan and the Gross National Happiness Project that's been going on for 50 years, where community is given a somewhat richer meaning, for example. It includes trust, charity, tight-knit families, and also the incidence of crime. And it's quite possible to interview people about the degree of trust they have in their neighbors, how often they've given to charity and how much and the like. And so I think these things can be operationalized. It's not merely a pie in the sky to invoke these kinds of relational values.
Thank you very much. So I turn to my right side now. Does any of you want to add something? Yeah.
Yes, from an economic point of view, an organization, a company, or even a society is not a common good. No, why? At least because of, I mean, by definition, it must be non-excludable. The members of the community or the members of the common good, while actually in a company they can't be excluded, and they are excluded. For example, in a capitalist company, workers are not having participation in profits, neither participation in dividends, so they are excluded, and they are excluded even from voting rights. They can be excluded from property rights. And even part of the shareholders can be excluded from the property rights. So I would say that if the question is, are organizations, are at least capitalistic companies common goods, my answer as an economist would be not. I mean, the two parts of the definition are rivalries. I mean, the members must be rivals, so must compete for the same good, and they cannot be excluded. So the first part is true. So they, at least in terms of categories, they are rivals. The more goes to shareholders, and the less goes to the others. The more goes to profits, the less goes to labor. And so they are rivals in this sense. And actually this idea is very well grasped by the agency cost theory, no? And the idea of principal agent. Shareholders or owners of the company are principals with respect to managers, and managers are, and so they are the agents, and managers are principal with respect to workers. So in this sense, the first part of the definition match actually, but the second not, because they can be excluded. Now, if the question is, can we look at the whole society or a whole community as a common? Again, the question is rather disputable, at least in my view. The point is that, again, part of the members can be excluded, so the second part does not fit with the question, and they are not necessarily rivals, and so even the first part of the definition doesn't match in the case of the society. Okay, I would like to stop here, then I have some further consideration in case.
Thank you. So actually, you gave a nice introduction to my next question. We talked about the common good, which is the philosophical definition. The common good is the greater good. We talked about common goods in plural, which is a common pool resource, and which is, as Lucio introduced it, a resource which is non-excludable and subtractable, so rival. And we talked about commoning. And commoning is really the social practices around the commons, and how do you nurture the commons, and how do you develop them. So my next question to the panel would be, you know, you already started to give us a certain point of view, and maybe we're going to have other point of views here, but if we see the company as a mini society, can we see it, so can we see the firm as a type of mini commons? You know, so how do you foster and how do you develop commoning within the firm if you take this idea that the firm is a commons? And you know, this can go through what are the governance principles that these companies must put in place in order to move toward the common good, and what are the reporting practices, and most importantly, how do you integrate, you know, the mini commons together with the common good? Benjamin, would you like to start?
I think it's an interesting question because we again see the different possible meanings of common, right? Is it kind of within the companies, it's outside in terms of broader societal advancement? And I think it's both, and both can make sense because it may allow to have consistency between the purpose of economic activity, which is, I know, the third question, but I'm already anticipating a bit, and the process, how do things work within the organization? And when we hear about business sustainability, I'm often struck how we kind of focus on one specific element. Sometimes people say, well, we should include environmental or social dimensions to profit making and other commercial goals. This is, of course, very interesting, but most of the time it doesn't work. It's very incremental. It's like, okay, let's keep the business as usual and add a green layer, add a social layer. So we have this vision that we can just integrate other purposes in a pre-existing vehicle that has been created initially for profit maximization. And so to me, it only makes sense to think about the contribution of organizations, companies to the common good if we also reflect on how they operate internally. And so there we can speak about governance, we can speak about ownership. For example, how can you meaningfully integrate considerations that relate to other actors in society, whether populations that are maybe underserved or under covered by the product services of the organization, whether future generations, whether all the different stakeholders that embody these social or environmental concerns. How can you meaningfully integrate these concerns at the level of the objectives of the firm if you don't integrate these stakeholders within the governance? So there are many different ways of doing that, and I think it's important not to reinvent the wheel and to look for inspiration in models that already experiment with stakeholder involvement, not just consulting stakeholders like we often see in some nice sustainability reports. We've been talking with communities, we've been talking with customers, we've been talking with workers. Okay, that's nice, but what voice do you give them? How can they co-decide on the orientations of the organization? And so this only works if they are around the table. So if you have these different stakeholder groups around the table, and it's not easy because how do you identify a person who would represent, okay, workers, it's easy, customers, you can manage it, but future generations, nature, some companies have started reflecting on this. Well, we have the usual example of Patagonia, but there are many others who are trying to work, for example, with environmental NGOs to integrate concerns of nature. That's, well, by nature doesn't have a voice. So having those groups around the table is already nice, but then afterwards, what power, what voice do they have? So there, I think we should look at models that have existed for a long time, cooperatives, for example, social and solidarity economy organizations, not as sometimes a naive way of thinking now, tomorrow, all companies will become cooperatives, because I don't think it's gonna happen, but at least how to take inspiration from those economic experiments that already exist and already give a voice to stakeholders in order to really build a purpose that is not just economic, but also social and environmental.
Thank you. Nazik, would you like to add something?
Thank you. It's indeed a very thought-provoking discussion, so I'm really appalled by the diversity of opinions, and it feels good to be challenged. And I could also just maybe relate to the fact that in this field, it's important also to take the regional diversity so that can exist across cultures, which is true because the organizational development will very much depend on the dynamics in different regions. But also I think it's important to consider the organizational diversities. I mean, especially when it comes to reporting and performance measurement, working on cooperatives. I can see their struggles, for example, in order to report and communicate on their contributions to ESG, to sustainable development, just because the existing frameworks, for example, do not capture their activities and their impact in a way that they are not necessarily quantitative metrics. They are, as it was said this morning, they are mostly represented by different stories, and maybe they don't, as Marek just said, they don't necessarily focus on the impact or on the result, but they focus on the activities that they conduct, like productive consumption and distribution. So they tell stories about these activities. So I think if we want really to challenge the existing processes and the requirement on reporting, it would be also interesting to dive into different contexts, organizations and countries, and to really try to develop systems that would capture the contributions in not only in quantitative way, let's say.
Thank you very much. That was a nice also link with what we saw this morning and what was discussed. So we talked about measuring, we talked about governance. I think, Thad, you're based in South Africa, and you could share with us some quite interesting examples of alternative governance systems.
Yeah, I think the question of stakeholders each having a seat around the table is a really nice mechanism when thinking about transforming firms. So in the first panel, we were stuck between state control on the one hand, and we were worried about expropriation and compliance. And then on the other extreme, we had CSR and sort of voluntary initiatives, and we need something in between. And I think changing the composition of a board is a really promising way to think about that. There are ways of doing it that don't involve cooperatives. A firm could simply decide to give each stakeholder some measure of voting power. And that in itself would be quite a radical change. Often, non-executive directors don't have a vote at all. When they do have a vote, it's majority rule, and so the majority can outweigh the minority, of course. And there are techniques to overcome that kind of exclusion that are indeed salient in South Africa and much of the rest of the African continent. One idea is to require consensus on the part of all board members. In effect, that would give each board member an equal share of power. The natural question to raise about that kind of system is inefficiency. Wouldn't it take too long? Will we indeed all come to a unanimous agreement, and what if we don't? But there are techniques for resolving conflict that are capable, I think, or sort of promising and are worth trying out. So if you look at the Paris Climate Accords that took place back in 2015, there were conflict resolution techniques adopted there to bring nearly 200 countries to consensus in under 2 weeks' time. And they were borrowed from the Zulu people of South Africa. And there were two basic rules for obtaining consensus. When you spoke, you would present your bottom line, your non-negotiables, the floor you didn't want to go beneath. And then your second job was to make a proposal that would accommodate not only your non-negotiables, but all the non-negotiables of the people who previously spoke. That seems to have worked for quite a contentious issue and amongst countries with quite a different array of competing interests. So I think it's at least worth considering, trying out, giving each stakeholder a seat at the table, and then requiring them to come to unanimous agreement, and seeing that whether that doesn't work.
Okay, I agree that there should be an organizational diversity, and I also agree that we should find something in between the extremes. Only voluntary CSR and all companies have to become cooperatives, just for instance. And what you have just been talking about that is actually two elements of the economy for the common good model. For bigger companies, the democratization of the company could be compulsory, which means both for ownership and governance. When a company reaches a certain size, let's say 250 employees, 500 or 1,000 employees, then the progressive distribution and deconcentration of ownership could become mandatory. But at least the governance, that's what you said. At least if the company is growing bigger, the board has to become a multi-stakeholder board, and we are just proposing exactly what you are saying. With smaller companies, you could put it on a level of incentives. They're not obliged to do so, but if they do so, if they become more democratic and more participatory, or if they distribute property more widely, then they score higher in their common good balance sheet. Now comes a point which is a second element. Sustainability reporting should not only be a transparency exercise. It's important to know how social, solidary, sustainable and participatory an organization, a company is. But today, those who care less about our fundamental strivings and values, from climate protection to workers' security and fair pay, those who care less about these values, they have a competitive advantage because they have lower costs and lower market prices. Whereas those who care more, they have higher costs and they have a cost disadvantage and a competitive disadvantage. And this is a system failure because it's a wrong incentive system, and this can be corrected. This can be put from its head on its feet. If we link incentives, positive and negative incentives, to the score of the sustainability reporting, which already exists. It's not only the common good balance sheet, which has a score of maximum 1,000 points. It's not a score in monetary terms. It's let's say a score in ethical terms. It's points. And the same is offered by the B Corps and the Future Fit Foundation standard. So there are already 3 sustainability reporting frameworks in place that offer a score. And now the point is, the higher the score, the lower the taxes these companies could pay, or they get advantage in public procurement or in economic promotion programs, or even freer access to global markets, easier market access, and especially cheaper finance. That's key. And other way around, the poorer the sustainability performance, well, the more expensive and the harder the life. You could even think of ethical insolvency if a company is insisting on profiting by the violation of human rights in the supply chain, or if it insists in shifting its profits in tax havens, or if it insists in not being registered in the European lobby register, just for instance, or if it insists in distributing huge amounts of its profits to the shareholders or to the managers. And I think there should be put that limit. One example is the Credit Suisse, which made in the last 10 years, before it was swallowed up by the UBS, a compound loss of 3.5 billion Swiss francs. A compound loss of 3.5 billion Swiss francs. And in the same period, it distributed bonuses of the amount of 35 billion Swiss francs. And there we should not talk about incentives. We should cap income inequality. And we found an exercise which asks people, if you had the freedom and the power to limit inequality in income, and you have not only the opportunity to vote on one proposal, that's what the Swiss made a couple of years ago. They voted on factor 12 as the maximum multiple between the highest and the lowest income. But if you allow several proposals, because maybe someone says 12 is too low, I would propose 20-fold, or someone would say that's too high, I would propose 7 or 10 times and 7-fold. There is an Italian law for sustainable banks which defines a maximum factor of inequality between the highest and the lowest pays in the banks of factor 5. It's a law in Italy. If you allow several proposals, someone might even propose 100 times or 1,000 times, and then ask people to show their resistance against all proposals. I've done this exercise in 25 countries so far, and the winning proposal is in 9 out of 10 times, so almost in all occasions factor 10, which means people would still tolerate and allow inequality, but in a much more moderate level than we are used today. And of course, if you allow in a first step to make this decision in the intra-companies democracy, which means in a decision taking by all members of the company, in kind of a stakeholder economy, you can decide this question on the micro level. But of course, I would prefer to make a democratic process in the whole society, in a country or in the European Union, and then it would be a law which is as enforceable as the minimum wage, and that would be then one facet, one component of the common good of that corresponding country.
Thank you, Christian. Marek, would you like to add something?
And just, I was last week in Brussels. We had the opportunity to listen to Lucas Chancel about, maybe you know, this French economist who is part of the Piketty's team and the World Inequality Report, and they had a report about climate inequality, and indeed the last decile is huge. I mean, when we talk about the top decile, the top 10% in terms of income of wealth is huge in terms of climate impact also. I mean, and to some extent, all the discussion that we have today in terms of fairness and in terms of environmental policies are also related to a social justice agenda. And why do I say that? Because we at ULB we just finished a research looking at the just transition perspective in Belgium. So basically asking all the stakeholders working on this issue what they consider being the just transition. So we have 4 visions, 4 views of the just transition, but the main element, what they share, in fact, when you ask the question to all of them, is this question of democracy and participation. By far, it's impressive, by far, this is the common point between the 4 visions that differ in terms of the level playing field, in terms of the workers, the sociological state, and so on. But what they have in common is this willingness to have a participative process, or more participative process, otherwise we lose time by not doing it in a participative way. Like, just to echo what was said, ultimately it may cost time in the beginning, but on the long run you save time also. And also I think and just to echo a little bit the regional work of Ostrom, I think there's a lot of things to learn also in self-managed organizations that are less structured than cooperatives. In the sense, and I mean, you know, as Ostrom got to the design principle studying a lot of case studies, and probably today, when we look at all these social innovation types of, maybe the term social innovation is too trendy, but the self-managed type of organization, also, I mean, there's a lot to learn also about organizations that are much more structured than the totally unstructured movement or social movement. How do they deal with these issues? I think we should also, as researchers, probably devote more time. And finally, just probably to get back to the original question, probably what we lack, and that echoes what Christian said, in many organizations, structured organizations, whether from cooperative social economy or traditional organization, are constraints, boundaries. I mean, we talk about boundaries in terms of the multiplier, isn't it? But talk about global boundaries, and that's probably the difficulty in the relationship between the macro level and planetary boundaries, social justice issues, and the micro level. But because at the micro level, we lack boundaries. We lack boundaries about basically something that we set ourselves, or that is set if what is set at the level of the bond at the organization is not sufficient in terms of what they can spend, in terms of socially, environmentally also, and to constrain yourself, because ultimately what you hear when you talk to many managers is basically kind of a willingness to have clear rules in terms of what we can do, not do, and that's basically there is this feeling, at least to many of them, there is this feeling that it is insufficient currently, that definitely what needs to be done is by far much more than what is done today. But by having clearer boundaries, clearer rules in terms of basically what can be done, capping some elements, you talk about income, but that could be probably the same in terms of environmental and social issues, or asking companies to set their own rules at this. But I think that's for me, the term of boundaries is something which is probably not sufficiently part of this debate.
Thank you very much. So this gives us already an interesting point of view, or a mix of point of views on... Yes, of course.
Yeah, I would like to say something about the question of the board. It's a very crucial point. So let us wonder, how big should be a board to represent the claims of all the stakeholders? Let's try to just to make a simple exercise. Okay, stockholders, workers, managers, clients, local government, central government, other types of institutions, let's say for health or for other associations or communities, so and so. And the more complex is the organization, the company, let's suppose a company working into the industry of biotech or aerospace or ICT and so on, and the many stakeholders are insisting into the company. So the other question is, how big can be a board to make efficient and effective decisions, meaning to having a reasonable time to make decisions? Now, the problem is that there is a tension between these two aspects, that is claiming and representing the different stakeholders, the interests of the different stakeholders, and being able to make effective and efficient decisions. It is just a question of size. A board cannot be made by 30 members. It's impossible to make decisions, especially in reasonable time, efficient time. By the way, if you look at the real companies, real boards usually are made by 5, 6 people. Rarely, very big organizations, very, very large, more than 10,000, more than 20,000. The size can reach 10, 12, but it's very, very rare. And why? There is let's say, a sort of, I'm sorry to say that, but there is a sort of technical reason why 99% of organizations are extremely hierarchical and non-democratic. And it's precisely the tension in decision-making. If you want to make rapid, fast decisions, you must be, at least this is what technical analysis in decision-making, a team And the literature suggests 5 people, 4, 5, 6 people. By the way, a very good, let's say, literature on conflicts in a small group dynamics is that if you want that a group will fail its tasks, make it big. And usually, let's close, and usually in some political situations, if you want to fire a group or a committee that you have to issue, make it big. It will be even hard to to match the agenda to meet once per year.
Thank you. Christiane, I think you want to react? Yes, shortly if possible.
Go ahead.
So then I'm very short, just a short react, because finally there's a bit of controversy. And I would say, of course, nobody proposes that a board should be composed of 30 members. That would be by far too big. But the immediate answer would be, if you want to abolish democracy, then allow companies become too big to fail. Downsizing is reasonable, and in my proposal, companies have the choice. If they grow bigger, they would have to include, let's say, 1 board member for the workers, 1 for nature or future generations, and 1 for the larger community. So we're talking about 3 additional board members, and I think that's still reasonable, only for the big ones. If for a company that's too much, it has the free choice to remain smaller. And the second argument is even, not only downsizing would be reasonable, if you look at the size of companies today, but also slowing down would be reasonable. In my view, we are over-efficient, over-productive, and over-innovative, as in terms of capitalism. And we are not efficient and not effective enough in terms of preserving the ecological foundations of life and preserving the cohesion of the community and the society. That's why slowing down and taking into consideration more stakeholders would be the lower evil than becoming a little bit slower.
Yes, I just wanted to react on democracy, because indeed there are many successful cases of big like cooperative type of organization that managed to govern their organization, I mean, through centuries. You're more informed about the different types of financial cooperatives, cooperative banks, and but at the same time, I think the interesting thing here is to learn from the successes, but also the non-successes from cooperatives, in order to understand why certain organizations succeed to establish this democratic governance efficiently, in other contexts or in other situations they don't. And to me, my main point here is about education, because I think all management science, whenever we go to some structured knowledge environment, and we want to learn how to manage and run business or enterprise, it's all based on profit making and regular traditional conventional firms. So I think if there were more research and then education on how to govern democratically, or member-based or member-owned organizations, it could maybe change the situation. So
I also have a reaction.
Okay.
Yeah, also another vote in favor of democracy. I think we could have our small core board of 6, but why not have a larger secondary board of another dozen folks? And they aren't the ones who formulate the policy, but once the 6 have come up with some policy, they give it to the secondary board, and the secondary board is asked, can you live with this? Can you live with it? Or is there something you really can't live with? In which case it would go back to the 6. Again, I think that's worth trying out. It would be more democratic, more inclusive, and more likely to ensure that we don't have neglected minorities.
Well, okay, one final comment.
Yeah, very short. By the way, I'm playing the devil's advocate. I mean, just to relax you. But I'm just raising just counter questions. That is, be careful that you make things too easy, as they really are. I agree it can be done or design a sort of a secondary board. There is also another solution to make a rotation, frequent rotation in the board members. And so that's another very good solution, that is keeping the size not too much and not too complex between the first, I mean, the top and the secondary top, can be so a lot of problems in coordination. Just a final remark, be careful that diversity and plurality is not necessarily related or caused by the size of the organization, by the size of the company, but by its complexity. So you can have a small, let's say 100 people company in biotech with a lot of stakeholders, just because that company is complex. And you can have a company, let's say, producing homogeneous good, let's say cement or something like that. It can be 1,000 employees and have not so many stakeholders. So the true point is not how big is the organization. That is, at first sight, seems the main variable. The question is, how complex is that organization? And the measure of complexity actually is, unfortunately, complex.
Thank you very much for this very interesting debate about, how we can have a democratic governance. So far we've talked about the macro level with the common good, and then now we just had a more micro conversation about how do we organize the firm so to achieve this common good. And I would like to reopen the debate on a more macro question about, with the role of economic activity. So what is the role of economic activity, and how can we leverage economic activity so to achieve the common good? Benjamin, would you like to open the floor? Not direct. Okay. Lucio, would you like to open?
Yeah, okay. I would like to bring the issue directly to the ESG as a way to deal with the... Now, we are all proud of what European Union is trying to do for ESG. But let us wonder whether it's a good model and if it works, actually. Maybe some number, I mean, as a bias as an economist, I go to numbers. Let's quantify. Okay, what has been proposed by EU currently is dealing with 50,000 companies. How many companies are in the EU? Only in Italy, limited liability companies are 1,200,000. Only in Italy. In the EU28 is about 13 million companies. And in the all Europe, meaning 40 countries, is 1 million more, basically. So these are the numbers. So addressing 50,000 companies out of 13 million, I mean, it's even not getting the powder from the table. So again, it's sorry, I repeat the question of time, because of course the answer is okay. Over time, we will deal with all the others. But by the way, I gave you numbers only of limited liability companies. How many are the private companies? Only in Italy, 4.5 million. So a lot. I mean, so these are the questions that we have to wonder, no? If we are going in the right direction and in the right speed. Again, the question is the speed. How much time do we have?
Yeah, I guess one of the reasons why I didn't take the floor immediately is always this issue of levels of analysis, and to me it seems that on these discussions about ESG sustainability, we are a bit stuck in what one of you described previously, between the micro and the macro, and we tend to see only these two levels of analysis, probably our fault as university professors in silos, you know, the economists, the political scientists who see things very big, very macro view on sustainability issues, and then management scholars or organizational sociologists who will work at the very micro level. And I think that this is not necessarily productive, because then we're always stuck by, okay, should it be top down? No, we don't really agree. Should it be bottom up? Yes, ideally, but it doesn't really work. And I would like to emphasize one intermediate level of analysis that I think is super important in all these discussions about becoming more sustainable, guiding the transition in a way that articulates micro and macro. And I think actually that's a level of analysis where traditional business is very good at. If you look at industries, many industries have a very powerful federation that will lobby the government. We talked about lobbying the EU. So I think businesses for many issues are very good at working together when they need to obtain favorable legislation, remove constraints and boundaries. And I think this tool of the network of organizations, the federations, can be somehow reverted towards achieving more sustainability. And I'm not saying that things are perfect for this alternative or new types of organizations. We mentioned this morning entreprise à mission. We talked about B Corps. Marek, you mentioned self-managed organizations, cooperatives. In all these cases, you have a very strong community of organizations that exchanges best practices, that learns from each other, that of course talks with other stakeholders, governments being one important one, but also that collectively sets boundaries. And I think this meso level of analysis, where organizations work together and also monitor each other, can be quite powerful to advancing on sustainability issues, because there you kind of find a third way in between a top-down government-led regulation, bottom-up self-governance that doesn't really work because each business will try, to take the biggest part of the cake. But through many mechanisms of peer control, peer monitoring, you can find ways through, collectively advancing sustainability objectives and making competitive advantage something where sustainability is an asset and not a limitation.
Thank you. Very shortly, my background is policy background, so I come from this high level. Now I'm diving to micro level. And there also this issue of complexity, indeed, because of diversities that we have discussed, but also the fact that this disparity of different contexts, they tend to take these organizations as a single coherent organization, while they can be very divergent in themselves. So now diving in a new project in post-socialist countries, there I also see that in the context of war and crisis and climate issues, where private enterprise cannot function well because of lack of investment, poverty, but also because of corruption, revolving doors, and all those issues. There are some contexts where private enterprise are not efficient. And also we used to put emphasis on the NGOs and civil society organizations in order to promote democracy and to change minds and to change, to channel new narratives and democratic values. But there are also many studies showing that the society, I mean, the civil society organizations are shrinking. So then there are some contexts on the map where no other solution exists than these community-based organizations. But then we see that all these top-level policies do not work if we don't dive and discover what is inside of these organizations. So I think it's just to emphasize the fact that indeed, like, there should be connection, vertical and horizontal. So.
Great, thank you very much. I think it's time to open the floor for a Q&A. So if you have a question, raise your hand, introduce yourself, because not all of our panelists were here this morning, and then ask your question.
Thank you very much. If nobody wants to kick it off, I'm happy to do that. So. First, just a remark. In public companies, publicly listed companies, the democracy is exercised by the AGM, the general meeting, and all it takes to any individual is to buy a share of that company. So it's not necessary to be on the board of directors of a company to exercise pressure. And one of the examples is the case of activist investors, what they did to Shell, for instance. This is one thing. But my question, when you have very large boards that represent many parties, that's very good. I think it's a very good idea. How, in your models, do you cater for accountability and change and the courage to change? So it's good to be part of the power decision-making, but how do you deal with assessing the status of affairs and having the courage to change and being part of the problem versus being part of the solutions?
It's a question for psychologists, really, and none of us is. But it's a question of what motivates people. But we want what is going to move people to change. That's not the question. What is the question again?
How do you manage the complexity of decision-making, not only in terms of exercising the power to take a decision at once, but also in terms of reacting to the need of change? So how do you know that you have the right people around the table? How do you have all these groups that are willing also not only to take the risk, but also to be accountable for the problem that they create?
Okay, thanks for putting a bit more precise. Well, the Common Goal Balance Sheet is a tool that helps organizations to develop towards values and goals, and it's not democratizing them by assault. It's a journey, and the journey starts with small or even tiny steps, and once you're more experienced, you can make bigger steps, and we even distinguish the evaluation of the sustainability performance from first steps to advanced to experienced to benchmark. So this is already an expression of the journey. And as for governance, especially, our proposed journey starts from greater transparency. So it's a very small step, meaning that board decisions are published and communicated to the affected stakeholders of a company. A second step might be that affected stakeholders are listened to. They have no saying, they're just listened to. A third step might be that they are consulted or they have in strategic decisions, they have a say, not in all decisions, just in very key strategic decisions. Or they become the second circle that Thad was talking about, could be another step. A next step could be that those who take the decisions are elected by all others. We still have a board, we still have a small board, we still have a quick board, but its legitimation, its democratic legitimation is higher. And then maybe already towards the end of our possibilities and dreams, we have a broad range of diverse instruments. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. Some companies decide to become steward-owned companies. Other companies decide to become a purpose company, which is a movement in Germany. Other companies decide to make a foundation for the workers, and the workers have their 25% in the voting rights, or their 49%, or their 50% plus one voting rights. All exists. Or some companies decide to become a cooperative, maybe one out of 100 that take a decision in these diverse possibilities. Well, that's more or less the way, at least, we look at things and propose how organizations can take one step after the other.
Yeah, I just wanted to react on the first part of your comment with shareholder voting as a form of democracy. Yes, I can buy one share, but then I have one vote. And then Coline, who's got 20 shares, has got 20 votes. So there, how can we balance that? Either through the cooperative system, one person, one vote. It could be consensus, where it's even more powerful, because one person, if they cannot live with that decision, it means that the decision is not good enough. Or some kind of balance, at least caps to decision making, which could be by stakeholder. Like for one decision to be adopted, you would need a minimum of support from those different circles, different stakeholder groups. We need to be creative anyway.
I also have a brief comment on how to ensure you've got the right people. Obviously, we want experts, but then how do we identify them? So perhaps we need an independent kind of accreditation for these new board members. So we want an expert on renewables and recyclables. You go through some kind of training, you get a certificate saying that, yes, you've got the relevant expertise. That would be a really interesting company to start up, I think, offering such accreditation.
Good afternoon, thank you. Just a small question. If you have all these specialized board members, how do you solve the question of personal responsibility and the collegiality of the board? Because once a decision is taken, at least in Belgian law, it is the responsibility of all board members.
Yeah, this relates to the previous question on accountability. And this is super important because if you have a multi-stakeholder setting, it means that different board members can speak for one given stakeholder group, but they are board members, so they are accountable to the company's purpose. And so you need to manage these two dimensions. You cannot say, no, I'm just there to speak for customers and I'm not responsible for the business. So actually you are some kind of bridge between the stakeholder group you represent and the company, and you need to be accountable for the company, which is of course more relevant if the company has, in a statutory way, different goals that of course are convergent with what your stakeholder group represents. But how to do it concretely, I will leave it to lawyers.
Maybe just a tiny information. We know that in Germany, at least in the supervisory councils of major companies, there are 50% of workers' representatives, and it works very well. So we are not leading a totally utopian discussion, but there are some precedents that have proved to work. France as well.
These are all interesting and proposals that can be implemented. But we must be worried also of what is called the formation of power elite. There is in this, a stream of studies that is going now possible to do because we have data. Actually, there are data about the composition of boards of companies. And what is coming is that not only in each country, but even at transnational level, there is a sort of power elite. That is some few people who are sitting in different boards. In the personal research I did on the European aerospace industry, there are some directors, there is some board members that are sitting in 200 boards. This is the phenomenon called overboarding. No, really, overboarding. But there is, be careful, it's not only one case. I mean, of course, 200 is, let's say, an outlier. But, I mean, the median of the distribution is pretty high. There are many, many people who are sitting in 10, 20, 25 different boards. And you can easily imagine that if this happens at European level, the set of overboarding people are actually in their hands the strategic decisions of the whole European aerospace industry, which is the top of the industries in Europe. And this is what is called power elite. And something very similar has been studied, is understudied at in global level. Of course, this holds basically for transnational companies, but this is very dangerous. I mean, this is really worrying. That is, you are running after single boards, but actually you have to run after a set of people and finding these people. And to find these people that are in their hands a lot of power, a huge power, you have to do some very subtle and specific and difficult research, because you have to find them one by one, crossing all the boards members of all the companies. It could be done now, because there is the database to do that. But it's not easy. For instance, antitrust doesn't know anything about that. I've just contacted them at Italian and European level. They said, oh, we don't know about that. They are running just after, let's say, market shares. But market shares is only, a trivial part of the story, because you can make and you can collude by sharing people, the same people in different boards. And so you can manage to do strategies, coordinated strategies. So that's something that could happen even with these experts who will be in charge to nominate the board members, to assess board members, etc., etc. They will be part of the power elite, most likely, because they are who will do the selection. I mean, my invitation is, again, devil's advocate, so be careful, be careful. Things are more complicated than they appear at first sight.
Hi everyone. Thank you for this very fascinating and interesting conversation. So my question might be a little bit coming from left field, so please bear with me. I'd like to return to the question of the level of analysis or the site of intervention to move the firm towards sustainability. It came up earlier in the early session and also came up today. I have an informed suspicion that the level of the firm might not be the right one because the firm is a construction or enshrined in law to manage relations between people. So working at the level of the firm doesn't feel like we're getting to the root cause of it. No, the attention should focus on the level of the person. So I'm interested in understanding how people conceptualize sustainability and act it as shareholders, stakeholders, or members in the case of cooperatives, directors, suppliers, employees, etc. I'm specifically interested in hearing from Thad, who I know has done a lot of work on conceptions of personhood, Western, African, maybe others that I don't know of. And I wonder what these conceptions tell us about the model of the sustainable person, for lack of a better term, as constitutive of the sustainable firm, and whatever, however that firm is constructed. I think this question is especially applicable to cooperatives as constituted of people, or the way the definition for cooperatives goes, associations of persons. But I think it's also applicable to other firms because firms, like I said earlier, are mechanisms to manage relations between people. And I use people as opposed to the individual because a lot of my thinking comes from African philosophy, and there's a slight but important distinction between the individual and the person in African philosophy. Thanks.
I think my gut reaction says all hands on deck, right? This is society is facing a crisis, and so we shouldn't be operating at just one level. We need government to do its thing, we need individuals to do their thing, and we need firms and other sort of mid-level organizations to chip in as well. And we can't expect unidirectionality between any of these, right? So the views of people are going to influence firms, but it could well be that changes in firm policy will influence individuals. And I think one thing we haven't talked about on this panel very much is the role of norms in influencing behavior. We've talked an awful lot about incentives, negative and positive. But another influence over people's behavior often enough is a change in norms, just simply what's expected or what's accepted on the part of a group with which we identify. And it could be that firms or industries are in a position to change norms and hence change people at the individual level. So I think each major actor in society has something to do to advance a sustainable future.
I'm not fully sure if I got the question right, but I try, and please stop me if I'm going too far. The approach of the economy for the common good is to regulate first and foremost legal persons in order to increase the freedoms and strengthen the rights of natural persons. So that's why I advocated for progressive regulation of legal persons of companies towards deeper sustainability, stronger democracy, and more solidarity and justice. As a consequence, we would expect that human rights and fundamental rights for individuals or for natural persons would increase. And we have foreseen very few regulations, actually just only one for natural persons, for humans, which is a derivation of the most recent human right, which was decided by the General Assembly of the United Nations last year, which is the human right of a sound, healthy, and sustainable environment. I'm very happy about this new human right for all humans. And from there, and taking into account that all environmental policy regulations have not had the effect that we are all or that many of us are desiring and striving for. The proposal is to limit an individual person's and natural person's individual consumption budget. Some propose it for carbon dioxide emissions or emission equivalents, but I think the most comprehensive measure is the ecological footprint. So it's a limitation of an individual's ecological footprint, and that would be comparatively advantageous to people living in countries of the global south, and it would be comparatively disadvantageous for people living in the global north. And this is one of the proposals that I like most, because it would combine justice with sustainability, even reparative justice, if we take into account this term as well. And just one recent number, the number of SUVs or the SUVs is the segment in cars which sales are increasing most rapidly, and private jet flights have increased by 10% in Germany last year. And if you take Taylor Swift, it's not about blaming an individual person, but her ecological footprint is exceeding about 4,500 times what would be the sustainable threshold of one person. And most importantly, capping the ecological footprint of a person would, at least in my understanding, but maybe somebody wants to contradict, not be a restriction, let alone a violation of any fundamental right. All the contrary, it would assure the fundamental right that I just named before, of a healthy, sound and sustainable environment for all other persons that do not have the financial purchase power to fly 300, 400 or 500 times per year.
Thank you. We will take one final question.
I have two comments and one question, and also I wanted to remark that it's very unusual, I guess, and unique that we've have an event where we've connected ESG with Ubuntu and even Taylor Swift. I think that will probably be the first time in the history of the world, and maybe the last time, that that connection is made. So just my two short comments. I found it really enlightening, this discussion debate between Christiane and Lucio, between the trade-off, so to speak, between size and efficiency of the firm and of the board of the firm. So I think that could be a discussion that I think could continue. You know, is the firm too large or is the board too small, and so on and so forth. There's a tension. And also to Thad, you mentioned the second board within a firm, which is exactly the calling card, so to speak, of the, to this point, sponsor of this chair, the chair SFPI, Isabel Ferreras, who's at the European Parliament today, unfortunately. But she has advocated for some years for a bicameral firm where both capital and labor investors have a board, have a so to speak, a parliament. There's an upper and a lower house. So you're exactly speaking to her her own views. And I guess my question would relate to the, again, maybe the lawyer here would enjoy this question, to property, which we've heard a few, I think Benjamin mentioned a little bit. To what extent do you think property is involved in all of these discussions? And I'm very much influenced by a particular reading of law by Otto von Gierke, who was a German legal scholar from a century ago. And he was the one who coined the phrase, which is today common in German law, which is there is no right without responsibility. And he very much critiqued the Roman law, which is a very positive law. You have a right to do with your property what you will. Of course, they had slaves in Rome, so you deal with the slave, you deal with the property as you will. That's your private matter. And Gierke suggested there are other traditions of law that see actually a clear responsibility and back to what Marek was saying, boundaries of what you can do with your own property. So how do you think that this idea can generate some insights? I guess not directed to anyone in particular.
Yes, it's very, very important distinction. I mean, property means that you can do whatever you want with your property, and property implying responsibility. That is very, very important distinction, and very important actually change in countries where the first concept is the dominant one. And I totally agree with your remark. It's something important that can be, basically it's the same change that we are trying to do with companies. That is, you are responsible, no? Corporate social responsibility, or not only corporate, but even for cooperatives, for public administration. There is just the question of taking responsibilities of what you do. And even about what you don't do, and you had to do. It's both sides of the coin. Yeah, okay, that's all.
This reasoning of Otto von Guercke has survived, and it's now anchored in the German fundamental law in Article 14. It says property obliges, and its use shall always also be oriented towards the common good. More clearer, it was formulated by one pope. I'm not part of any faith community, but I think if a pope says something which is reasonable, I'm allowed to quote him. We have Ubuntu, Taylor Swift, and the Pope now. And some popes said in some occasion, private property, can neither be unconditional nor unlimited. And I think this is a great guideline to define diverse property types in the Constitution. This is another element which is proposed by the Economy for the Common Good. So we accept private property, we accept public property, we accept collective property, we accept commons, we accept non-property, which is nature, which can be used but has to be protected, and which is nature which cannot even be used, which only is protected. These are 6 property types which we propose, and we propose that all property types shall meet conditions and limits. And none should be the only one or extremely predominant. And for that we define these limits and conditions. And to be very short, in capitalism, private property is too dominant, and that's why we propose limits to the size of private property, which does not mean going against private property. It's just limiting its size and limiting the power of property owners as a consequence. That's the point, and allowing maybe even more people to have a bit of private property, which is a means to serve their human dignity, by the way, in brackets, and the condition to use private property as a means of production, which means the condition to have a company, to found a company and to own a company, is that this company has to be accountable to the society, not only in financial terms, because the publishing of the financial balance sheet is a duty, is a legal duty of the company to inform all affected stakeholders about this relevant information. But I think we all agree that the financial information is not the only relevant information of a company, and that's why now policymakers are obliging progressively companies to also disclose this, all this ethical information from climate protection to human rights. And our approach is that the publishing of this information should not only be as obligatory as the financial information, but it should even be superordinated and have legal consequences to the financial performance of the firm. And then the firm is at the service of the greater society, and then property is firmly linked to responsibility.
I think the kinds of proposals we've been exploring today have the implication that simply because you're a majority shareholder doesn't mean you own the firm. And that sounds contradictory on the face of it, but if we say that the duty of the board is to the firm as opposed to the majority shareholders, it's a clear implication.
Maybe just to echo and to close the loop with my first intervention. Also, I mean, to echo what Christiane just said in terms of the diversity of property regimes or property forms. In fact, one term which to me could summarize or synthesize a little bit of all this is diversity. And basically suggesting or working on diversity not only or not specifically from a normative perspective, but also from an instrumental perspective, in the sense that, for instance, I mean, this echoes the discussion of the board. Having a more diverse board allows you basically to have, of course, different standpoints, to have different perspective, and probably it is more time-consuming, as we know, because you need to have like interdisciplinary work to get to a common language, because we would then process information differently, because we would tend to decide differently, and so on. But ultimately, I guess this wealth is definitely an added value to find solution to complex problems also. And today, definitely, I think in many economic mechanisms at stake, we drive too much in terms of efficiency and less diversity. And this trade-off that we may have in terms of efficiency, efficacy, and diversity, when they are treated, becomes complex. But at least is definitely the same trade-off that we may have between short-termism and long-termism. In terms of short-termism being driven by the same language, the same profile, the lower level of diversity, versus something which would be more fast-stretched, would be more long-termist, which would be more diverse also. So and that's the same for property regimes also, I guess.
Thank you, Marek. I've seen there are a few more questions, but I'm really sorry. We have to close the panel now for the sake of time, but I suggest that you continue the conversation over coffee or even over emails or whatever afterwards. So I will try to synthesize what we've been discussing, although it's going to be a bit challenging. So the question was, the overarching question of this panel was, how do we get there? How do we get towards a sustainable economy? So a few answer elements that I've gathered throughout the discussion was that we've seen a shift from the means to the goals, and now we want to achieve a collective good, which is, somewhat a first step towards the common good, in my comprehension of things. We've discussed commons, so common resources, and commoning. So how can we learn from these practices and implement them into the firm, and notably through the institution of democratic governance? We've talked about, board composition, decision-making processes, and also alternative business models. We've discussed diversity, as Marek was mentioning right now. We need to take into account the diversity that exists throughout the world and throughout the different economic systems. And we also need to decide on boundaries together. And all of this really, the red thread of what I've been hearing since this morning is collective. So the firm was built for a group of people to come together and to cooperate, and now we're discussing alternative business models where you have a collectivity, the community at the heart of them. So I think that's really the key message here. How do we build something together in order to tackle social dilemmas and just build something sustainable in the long run? Thank you very much.
So I was looking for the schedule. I'm not finding it. I think we have a break now of about half an hour until the next panel. 15 minutes. Sabine. So we had our antipasti, we had our main course of beyond ESG and towards an economy for the common good, and now is the dessert, I guess you could say. And we are missing one panelist. Guido, perhaps. Gone to the toilet, okay. Well, good timing. Okay, so I will introduce him last. So I will just start introducing the panelists from the, I guess, the right of the audience, which would be Sabine Wiesmüller, who was, until recently, working as a doctoral candidate with Josef Wieland, who was in the first panel, and has finished her dissertation 2 years ago. Ah, yeah. So, which was published more recently, yes, by Springer, which is a book I hope whose contents we will get to discuss on governing AI, which was Springer, and now is the director of the AI Competence Center Europe with German entrepreneurship, and is the executive director of the Bodensee Lake Constance Innovation Cluster, and was founded as well in 2018. And yes, and is an expert in technology governance, particularly in AI. Damiano, on my left or right, depending on which direction you're looking from, is a seasoned digital transformation and platform strategy consultant focusing on impact-driven initiatives for companies, cooperatives, and nonprofits. A co-founder of Fairbnb, considered an ethical alternative or intended to be an ethical alternative to Airbnb. He brought the initial ideas before moving on to join Plastic Jumper to reach a bigger impact, and in his current role works on B2B solutions and digital tools to unlock platforms' potential for creating meaningful impact. And his company supports over 6,000 organizations and 3 million users, including several municipalities such as Torino and Venezia. Turin and Venice. And then, well, myself, I'm the Chaire SFPI, Jerome Warren. I organized this event with a few other people like Alberto in the back and Nicolas Simon, who's not here. And so that's enough about myself. Well, I guess I can say I have done research as well. My dissertation, which was completed last year, the cooperative economy, looking at the role of cooperation in the economy. I have studied a lot of cooperatives myself, but I look not only at cooperatives, but also at the economy in general and trying to emphasize the role that cooperation plays generally. Luc has also been introduced before, and we have, last but not least, Guido van Stendam, who is a professor of philosophy of technology at KULeuven, and is directing international research that analyzes social construction and function of technology, including in biomedical developments such as genetics, as well as information communication technologies, and is also involved with leading scientists, analysts, and politicians involved with social design of contemporary technology, and also has a background which would be interesting as well in theology. So maybe we will discuss God and the world. So I thought to start this panel with actually a very concrete topic, because the panel is between technology and society, so the relationship between these two elements in practice, with a very particular, I mean, it's a very broad topic, but starting with a very particular topic, which is the EU's draft AI Act. And I just wanted to set the stage. Well, actually, before that, just introductory words, I guess, about the history of technology and the relationship with things like utopianism as well. So there's a lot of literature on the history of technology and the role of technology as labor-saving, Going back to even Aristotle, who in his Politics talked about the role of machines in production and suggested that we can actually abandon slavery if the machines or tools were to run themselves. It's a very interesting connection between a sort of utopian justification for slavery in this case. So within the mythologizing of technology and figures like Midas and Pygmalion and even Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, we have things like technological ambivalence, the fact that technology can be used at the same time to control and also to emancipate. And there's a literature there with Karl Marx as well, talking about alienation and Fremdung. Heidegger, I know Guido is very familiar with Karl Polanyi with his notion of disembedding. We have Herbert Marcuse with his one-dimensional man. David Noble's studies of the role of machine technologies to actually thwart the power of organized labor, and Andrew Feenberg, others, the history of Luddism. So the Luddites, following Ned Ludd in the early 19th century, destroyed machines in the UK that were used to displace workers and to lower their wages. So there's a lot of turbulence around the role that technology plays in society. It's not a very easy path. So that's why I wanted to start with a very sort of simple topic, or one phenomenon, the AI Act. So just reading the European Commission's own description of its work here, they suggest it aims to provide stakeholders with clear requirements and obligations for the use of AI and the implementation and the development as well. And it seeks to reduce administrative and financial burdens for businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises, that they advocate for a risk-based approach that suggests certain AI systems create risks that we as a society must address to avoid undesirable outcomes, suggests that there's a black box problem. How does one know what's inside a technology, whom it serves? For instance, with regard to hiring decisions, there are people who use, or companies that use AI for hiring decisions. Is there racism or sexual discrimination involved, and so on? So there are rules they suggest intend to address risks specifically created by AI applications. They propose a list of high-risk applications, set clear requirements for AI systems, for high-risk applications to define specific obligations for AI users and providers of high-risk applications, propose a conformity assessment before the AI system is put into service or placed on the market, propose enforcement after such a system is placed on the market, propose governance structures, and so on and so forth at the national, European level. And in domains such as critical infrastructure, safety, law enforcement, public and private services, and so on, they include ex ante and ex post policies such as risk assessment and also regulations, and would be implemented in early 2024. But the future of this AI Act is uncertain, since there are disagreements with the EU Parliament. And so I would ask the panelists if what do you think about this AI Act? Is, maybe Sabine to start with, is a risk-based approach sufficient? And what do you think are some alternatives? Or
Okay, so that's obviously a very complicated question to start with. Let's just start by saying that I think ideally, oftentimes in the industry, you would see self-regulation as a first step, or as combination with regulation from a government side. But I spent a lot of time looking into the actual problem behind governing AI, and what I came across, or how I framed it in the academia. You find a word that's called wicked problems, stating problems that are very hard to define, to grasp, and to govern. And so I found that AI governance is one of those topics, or AI is one of those elements where it's very hard to really address the issue. So that being said, and coming back to like a more operational level and your question of the AI Act, I do think that given the structure of the problem to govern AI, it's important for governments and the EU for that aspect to get involved. So I'm pro-regulation per se, but I do see issues with the regulation regarding how it is approaching certain technological use cases, let's say. Because, for example, one of the topics that would belong to the high-risk category is biometrics, or everything that, for example, would scan your finger or your iris, etc., which I do understand, obviously, and me being a citizen in the EU, I do understand this point. But also, I'm wondering, or I'm afraid that if we regulate European solutions for those questions and use cases too much in comparison to let's say, Chinese solutions or Russian solutions, in the end, I think it might have a counterintuitive effect where we then are not market leaders, which in AI, if I only look at AI, we're not anyway, so we are already behind. Now we're regulating more. Now we have certain applied use cases where we then put additional constraints on the companies. So I do understand that we want to regulate the interaction of the technology in combination or broadened by the effect that the companies then build products based on the solution, and then we come to an interaction with society. So I do understand why we need the regulations. Still, I think we have to make room for companies to still develop solutions in those high-risk cases and support them, or maybe even create whatever form of financial aid to companies to still engage in those industries, because otherwise we will be left in the position to then buy solutions from other players that are even further away from what we find to be desired for European society.
Thank you, Sabine. Maybe to Luc, you have many years of industry experience. How do you see something like the AI Act? Is this just a further level of regulation that will make it more difficult, Sabine would say, for companies to innovate? Is there the hierarchy of priorities, safety? Where would you place this?
Yeah, Jerome, I am not so sure being able to answer appropriately. And I have to say that Jerome asked me 5 minutes ago if I could participate to this panel due to the fact that my colleague, who is a real expert in AI and digital activities, is not here. So, as a European citizen, I consider that it's very important to have such kind of regulation. And I don't have the possibility to enter into specific remarks, but I think that one of the problems when we are discussing of Europe against or inside the general world is interoperability of the different systems. If Europe is working alone, without connection with China, with US and so on, we could have a big problem to see our application used more broadly, at least. And I would like to stop my intervention on this particular problem now, because I would like in a few minutes to open more generally the debate on the relationship between society and technology at large, not only focused on artificial intelligence, but I would like to explain what I have in mind concerning what is for example, the problem of the development of the 5G, the transmission of data, which is not directly linked to artificial intelligence, but which could give us a perfect example of the problem we are facing now with the digital revolution.
Maybe to Guido and Damiano, I find it very interesting that, and I'm not sure who wants to go first, that this AI Act that was proposed by the Commission is now stalled due to the dialogue or failed dialogue between the Commission and the Parliament. What does this actual friction say to you about what we've been discussing the whole day, about the need for more and more or deeper dialogue at the level of society, economy, politics, policy?
Maybe I can go on this. So to me, is now the speed in which this technology, especially with ChatGPT, it was so astonishing that there is no on the history of the internet such a things that have been reaching that traction in 5 days, 1 million of users. It's and in few weeks more than 100 million. So it's something that it has been so quick, and clearly we are so not ready, and we really know a little, and what we are trying to do right now is, and the act, if I'm not wrong, is based on trying to limit those that are clearly something so wrong that we can easily get some consensus, like predictive police, facial recognition in public spaces. I don't think that someone here will say, yes, let's do predictive policing, like Minority Report or this stuff, no? But to me, the real thing is like that we still are not being able to fight and create solution for what was the biggest revolution of the last 20 years, that it was the platform revolution. And what we are seeing right now, and what we have been seeing, and what it will exacerbate this artificial intelligence stuff, is the tendency that already the platform economy was bringing, the tendency of creating a star economy, and as well from one hand, and from the other hand, a bottom to the race. So you have that the increased capabilities that these tools give to top employers or top companies, enlarge the capability to extract value from huge ecosystems, and this somehow, the artificial intelligence, the risk is like that the creation of value, it's something that is going to benefit and even exacerbate more this tendency to a star economy. And also it will weaken the relationship between capital and labor that already was weakened by globalization, delocalization, all these sort of things in the last 30, 40 years, and therefore like this is even and I think the regulation right now is not addressing this properly, and to me, it's not just regulation, it's for sure something we have to do, but if we don't start to think that these are things that could not be seen as normal companies, but when you go on a scale that is so different, you have also a qualitative change. It's not just a big company, Google, it's another thing. It's market itself, it's infrastructure itself, it's means of productions, it's all of this together. And we need more dialogue, but we don't have time. Our attention is so little. It's even hard for us to reach consensus of one terminology. So we cannot even properly say what is a platform here. I'm quite sure we will give different answer.
Guido?
Okay, thank you. This is a complex issue, so let me just pinpoint at two elements. The first one, the discussion is not that new, so it's not because of ChatGPT started that we start discussing about AI. And this law and the regulation of the Commission is not linked to these recent things. This is ongoing. This already existed several years ago. In fact, artificial intelligence started it's perhaps older than many of us in the room, so it's in 55, so the first artificial intelligence systems were developed. But the same issues we now daily read in the newspaper, so they were already discussed all there. Weizenbaum, he made a stupid program, and then he saw his secretary talking to the machine and using the machine as a partner to talk to as a psychiatrist even. He said, oh, he wrote a book, let's be careful. So this is all very old. So that's the first thing. This doesn't mean that the questions are not relevant, but now they surface. So before they were discussed in smaller circles, now all of a sudden it's in the newspaper. So we should take the opportunity and I think higher the level of the discussions in the newspapers. They should know that there's an ongoing discussion and that much has already been said about this, and we can really come up with something with some insights. But that's one element. The second thing is perhaps that to me, whenever I read the newspapers now about ChatGPT, the most challenging thing is that is the name artificial intelligence. So so the idea of intelligence, that this type of thing is intelligence. This is what they believed in the 50s, that what they were doing was intelligence. Later on, the founders of artificial intelligence knew that it was not intelligence at all. It's not human. It's not something they would say rather stupid, but it's incidental and local. They do something. They would no longer call it artificial intelligence, but in the meantime, the name was coined, and so they start using it, and we still use it. But we might still think that they are really trying to make human intelligence or in an artificial way. That's not at all true. So I think, to me, when I read the newspapers, but I'm not talking about firms now, but just about the discussion that's ongoing, one of the major things should be, or could be, that this is not a competitor of human intelligence. So human intelligence is something completely different, and that would be another discussion that we cannot have today. So those are the little 2 points I would like to add.
Actually, Wiktor, this is a perfect seg into the next point, which is there even such a thing as AI? I would ask all of you, even if you would like to share. And maybe the context, there was a really great series of articles in the New Yorker recently on AI, amongst others, one here that I would cite from Jerome Lanier, who wrote, if the new technology isn't true artificial intelligence, then what is it? In my view, he says, the most accurate way to understand what we are building today is an innovative form of social collaboration. And he says that using our new technologies in ways that make sense, that make the world worse is a risk that he sees. If society, economics, culture, technology, or any other sphere of activity are to serve people, he says, that can only be because we decide that people enjoy a special status to be served. How would you react, maybe Sabine?
I'm always getting the hard task of starting. No, I'm just joking, Yeah. Okay, so maybe starting pragmatically. I completely agree. I know initially with McCarthy and the first conferences on AI, they had this taggy name of like calling it artificial intelligence. And even in the 50s, they didn't agree upon it. So I also, in my research, but also in my practical work, I deal with AI as though it is a tool, a computational tool that we can still govern and that has no intelligence on its own or no mindful insights, let's say. Because I think if you take a different stance and if you believe that it's more and more becoming closer to the human mind and is able to reason, etc., it's very hard to then deal with it also from a regulative perspective, let's say. So to me, it's an umbrella term where you have various technological streams such as machine learning, deep learning, etc., models, data. So I very much define it as an umbrella term for a technological subset of tools that we consciously develop. So that being said, also with ChatGPT, I think that's a fascinating use case that has access to incredible amounts of data, but the real ability it has is pointing out correlations between data or combining it in a new way or describing it, but it's not reasoning, for example. And I know that there are people that would go a step further and say, yeah, there is already a bit of reasoning there and it can combine and explain, but that's not my position. So if you ask mine, I would say it's still very much mathematical, and yes, it's fascinating what's possible technologically, but I would refrain from the fact that it's anywhere near to the ability of the human mind to combine or maybe even create something new, which is also a question that we could discuss today, if that's actually, if even the human mind is able to create new things, or whether we also only combine existing things and there's never anything new under the sun. So I think that's also a question you have to ask yourself if you look at those technologies such as ChatGPT. But yeah, that would be my point for now.
I think it's interesting, this thing, because I like the idea of artificial general intelligence, no? This idea that are we going to reach it? No, and for what we saw, that the pace and the acceleration in which these tools have been getting better, to me it was incredible, and certain things it works better than me. I'm sure, like probably all of you have been using ChatGPT, and certain things it do it quite well. And to me it's interesting because there is this concept of bullshit economy, and the fact that probably the majority of people are doing stuff that are quite don't require such a level of creativity or stuff, and therefore I think that and now everybody are saying, okay, the technology it will be supportive, and they understand that is. But I think that maybe what we will see, what I hope is that like education will be then in some years reshaped to change how people interact with the world and all these sort of things. But I think this revolution is something that will really change completely society in very few years. We are just at the beginning, and it is already so. And to me, I wasn't hyped by any of the blockchain bullshit or this type of things. I think this thing is really the thing. It's not just me. Bill Gates, if you read the last article about the artificial intelligence, it was interesting to me because he mentioned two main revolutions. The biggest one is this one, along with the computer interface. And I think the things that we will see in the next 3-5 years, it will be about interface, about how this artificial intelligence will be given to us, what we will see, and the velocity, the rapidity of adoption, it will be fast, basically, because there will be new tools that we don't imagine even right now.
Luc, is there such a thing as AI and the role of persons?
Perhaps. I must say that is quite impressive. And it is a perfect example of what Philippe de Wood said in the past. The evolution, the technological evolution is so fast that it is really difficult or impossible to the society to adapt adequately as individual or as organization. And the first reaction. And I must say that preparing this seminar, I asked to a chatbot, could you explain me what is responsible innovation? I have been very surprised in a few seconds receiving a lot of very interesting information with a lot of additional questions which could be interesting in connection with this concept. And they were also giving us, a lot of reference. But I have heard last week by one of my colleagues of the class of the academy, Jean-Louis Migeot, that asking a very, very complex question to ChatGPT, he received a quite good answer with which he was not in agreement. So he was asking additional questions. And progressively, he received such a lot of important, interesting information that at the end of the exchange, he said, thank you very much for this valuable information. And he received a very good answer. You're welcome. You can come when you want. So I really think that one of the dangers is that for people, it will be quite difficult to make the difference between a discussion with a chatbot or with a real expert. And you will have a lot of personal experience to see that at some time they're saying things which are quite common, but including some errors. And I have heard that during this discussion I was talking about, the chatbot has been able to invent a reference, what is which is quite disturbing. So I cannot say more, but it is only the feeling of a citizen who experimented for the first time this possibility to exchange with such kind of system.
Maybe just to quickly confirm what you said, there's a lot of dilemma definitions showing that societal and also like economic and from a law side change is always linear, whereas technology is exponential. So especially for exponential technologies such as AI, it's incredibly hard to find a way to even govern and regulate them, just because we can never match the speed and we can never foresee where we will actually land in the end. And with ChatGPT, I found, like, to me, I think what would be really important is then to find measures that cut through exponential developments, such as, like, for example, the duty to always be transparent of when you are interacting with an AI solution, or when an AI solution is, for example, restricting your search engine or is connected to your search engine. So to me, governance, and that's why I was a bit critical against the risk-based approach, is it should be something that really cut through all levels of exponentiality. So something that would then apply even in the next stages as well. And I think the high risk or the category approach tries to integrate a bit of foresight in terms of like looking at certain use cases and assuming that will be the same in the future, and thereby it might be better to just exclude them or put on heavy restraints. Whereas maybe what would be better is some form of transparency that always has to be in place, no matter the use case, for example.
That's exactly what I wanted to say, because that's also in the regulation, so that you should be told, it should be clear when you use AI that you're not talking to a person. And quite often, internet or chat boxes or even websites, they try to hide it. They say, talk to a client service, and then you talk to a stupid robot, and you should lose your time, and you shouldn't believe this robot. So that's a bit, I think that's one of the important things of this regulation. So it's not just about the risky things, it's also about taking people seriously, that they know what you're talking about. It's you can also just Google things and to find your information. And so this is in fact a type of high-level Google that's combined to a translating machine that can formulate sentences instead of just references. So this is a bit the whole thing. But the transparency, yes, is a very important element.
And not your Google search is objective. So that's it's already a start. No, it's not.
That's another discussion.
No, I was just saying in Google is not objective either.
Okay, you know with Google, at the very beginning, people said, but this may be relevant for AI as well. Some people who checked how Google is evolving said, well, Google will never work. Why? Because it's getting so much information that when you are checking for some information, the information that you are looking for is on page 255 on the website. You have to scroll. Nobody's going to do that. So you need to have the relevant information on top. But you will never have an algorithm that helps you to find what is really relevant. And the trick they used is that Google is not just analyzing the material, they are analyzing, Google is analyzing the questions. And then they see what people now want to know. If now I type scandal princess, Google knows what type of princess I'm talking about, and this princess will be on the first page. And if I would have asked the same question 2 years ago, it would have been a different princess. So the same thing. So Google knows the questions, and that's an important element. So that's how Google brings in human sensation and passion. And this is why artificial intelligence is not intelligence. That's just comparing data. It's not linked to a bodily presence of people with passions and with ambitions in the world, because that's what our intelligence is doing. We know, we live in the world, and we know what we want to do, and we feel the others, and that's what we do. You cannot do this by an algorithm. Google tried to come close to it by analyzing how people react. So that's the one trick. But then it's still, Google is using human intelligence and human passions to improve the quality of the selection of the references Google is giving us. So this is indirectly helpful to understand AI and the weaknesses of AI, but also the potential possibilities of AI.
No? I thought this notion of the distinction between linearity and exponentiality that he made is very, very interesting. And I just thought about the Luddites. I mentioned the Luddites in my introductory comments. And people usually associate the word Luddite with somebody who does not like technology. But in fact, the Luddites, led by Ned Ludd, were actually destroying the machines of capitalists who were paying their workers too little. So in fact, they had a very clear principle. And if you were paying your workers well, they left you alone. So maybe there's a correlation there. Well, if nobody has something to say to that, I would move on to the next issue, which would be to step back a bit from AI and particular, manifestations like ChatGPT, and looking rather at what is technology and what is society, and how do these two come together, or are they even distinct? So, in fact, I would just ask. We were discussing as a group. Of course, Luc has come into the group late, but we were discussing possible definitions of technology. So maybe I would just give over the word instead of recounting these. For instance, Guido, what do you think of this distinction, and what relevant contribution can such a distinction between society and technology make?
Okay, then if you ask a question in this way, this helps me that I don't have to talk about technology first, and I can immediately go to society and the distinction. This is a bit like we have a distinction between mind and body, but at the higher level, at the social level, and we still stick to it, while in the meantime we already are getting over the distinction between mind and body. It's modern now to say, well, that's an old-fashioned distinction. We still use the same old-fashioned distinction starting in the 19th century of some people who were jealous of Newton, who had this dynamics and statics of the natural world, and who said we should also find something of the social world. And then we had the notion of the social world, which is different from the natural world. So in this sense, when we study the link between, or when we discuss the link between technology and society, we have to be careful that we do not do this in a dualist way. So one way could be that to see, and this is, for instance, in a way that Bruno Latour, so the French philosopher, anthropologist, sociologist, developed, so that everything, every artifact, every emotion, every technological thing is always linked and interconnected to so many other things, of other people. And so there's a whole string of going through many people, groups, individual groups, formalized groups, and that's the social aspect of everything, of this microphone, of my pencil, of my paper. So all these things have cannot be studied without seeing a whole chain of other elements. In fact, social elements, but also natural elements. So where does this paper come from? Of legal elements, of emotional elements. So that's the whole thing. So the social aspects could be this type of strings together. Is there something like the social world independent of the natural world? I doubt it. But there's really a lot of social elements and social realities to be studied, and they have an impact. That would be my way of, when we discuss technology and society, or between the link, where the link is very intimate, it's close. That would be my first answer without going into much detail.
As technology and society is the name of the class I'm belonging to, I have to enter in perhaps in some details. And in our class, we have half of the people are coming from technology, as engineers, professors of university, of people having done their career in technology, in private enterprises. And the second part of the class is made of people coming from the society at large, but having a link with the technology evolutions. It could be economists, sociologists, some medicine people, and I'm looking. It could be philosopher also, and the contact and the possibility to exchange and to have a multidisciplinary view of the different issue is very rich. And I would like to say a few words about technological innovation, because I think that technological innovation is really one of the main reasons of the evolution of the society, clearly. And the problem is that people are hearing about innovation everywhere by everybody. If you open a newspaper, you will see we need innovation, you will see article on innovation. Political will say innovation is key for the future of a region, of a country, and so on. University professors are saying we are at the basis of innovation, and so on and so on. The problem is that innovation is a term which is ambivalent and which is not well understood by everybody. And I would like to say a few words on that. And you must also remark that no, actually, it's quite difficult to hear about progress, but you will hear about innovation. And is innovation equivalent to progress? No, not at all. It could be quite in competition. So innovation is not creativity, it's not discovery, it's not invention. The official definition of innovation is the fact to put in practice a new process or to launch a new product or a new service on the market. Before doing that, you cannot really discuss about innovation. And the so-called European paradox is that in comparison, for example, and especially with US, we consider generally that Europe is quite good in research and quite bad in innovation. And it's the reason why I must say a few words about the process of innovation. I am using what I presented 3 years ago.
We'll actually return to that topic. I wanted to
yes, and I will come back to RSC. I will not discuss about basic research, but when you discuss about innovation, you must know that you are starting from an objective, a very clear objective, and you are making applied research using knowledge which is already developed and existing technology. And you have to progress in the development using what is the so-called technology readiness level. I suppose that many in the room have heard about that. And you must know that basic research is outside this technology readiness level, scale. And in university, in engineering school, they're able to reach Tier 3, which is the definition of a new concept. Then you must go ahead in order to develop really something which could be practicable. Then it is the work of the so-called RTO, Research and Technology Organization. And finally, before that an innovation which will be put on the market, it is the problem of the enterprise. And what is quite difficult to understand for many people is the different responsibility in this scale of evolution of the technology level. To give you some order of magnitude, when you develop applied research, let's say that you will put on the table 10 million euro, up to TRL 3 or 4. Then you must, most of the time, develop a pilot line at a certain scale. You must multiply the funding by a factor of 10. And when you have made the
the probe of the possibility, in order to develop that on the market, you must also multiply the funding by 10. So 10 million, 100 million, 1,000 million. And you can understand the reason why I said, introducing this meeting, that when you are discussing about responsible innovation, it is closely connected with responsible investment, because the final decision to invest for a new innovation is not taken by people from R&D, but is taken by strategy, and mainly, actually, by finance people in the companies. So, and it is a reason why when we have worked on in the IRMA, in the Industrial Research Management Organization, on responsible research, we have seen that we would reflect simultaneously on not only on ESG, but on socially responsible investment. And so it's the reason why I intended to say a few words on that, because it is connecting this discussion with the global ambition of this seminar. And what I would like to, I will be very quick. The corporate social responsibility of enterprise is key. And I think that, for example, for giving perhaps a recommendation to the SFPI, when they have to invest in a company, the first question should be, how are you practicing the corporate social responsibility? At which level are you? The second thing I would like to pass as message is that the rules and the requirement of responsible innovation should be included in the corporate social responsibility standards. And if it would be possible, I consider that it will be easier to go to a socially responsible investment. And in a few minutes, if you want, I could give you perhaps also an example in the field of digital innovation.
Well, Luc has just anticipated basically the rest of the conversation. I really was just trying to define what we mean by technology in society. So, but
maybe just I'm not an expert, and I know I don't do research on this, but since the beginning of human history, society has been made possible by technological innovation, and from the discovery of fire and so on, and so it's strictly related on how we organize and all these sort of things. To me, the interesting thing is, like to say, technology shapes society, and society shape technologies and somehow, no? This is the basic idea, but what is happening in the last 20, 30 years is like that is not society that shape technology, but is just few people that are generally billionaires, white, male, in Silicon Valley are shaping technology that is shaping society. And I think, like, when we think about what is technology, we should also think that in the course of history, technologies have become more and more pervasive, and it has become from tools that are external to technological tools that actually really influence the way we think, our capacities to do basically all the stuff that we do, and they are just not, these technologies used to target our neurotransmitters, neurochemical stuff, and so you have all this, and to me this requires something that is, this is such a powerful tool, technology, like nowadays, and my focus on particular, my lens is on platforms, that we should think about technology in a different way as it was before. Because it has the ability not only to influence how we organize processes, how we organize society, but it dramatically change the way we think and our ability to do stuff with our mind, and it's really something dangerous. Like right now, it's really hard to measure because we don't have the data that they have. Imagine what you could do with the data that Facebook has. But now there is quite a consensus in the fact that social media are bad for teenager girls in particular. Like this is something that it's seen, and how do you deal with this? And now we were talking before about the fact that there is this attention problem, and every one of us can even feel it, no? And so it's about thinking technology and society in a way that is clearly completely intricate, and we should look at it in depth, I think, yes.
Yeah, so I keep it short. I completely agree with what you say, like as an individual, especially what you said about our own neural networks in our brain and how they are affected by new solutions and TikTok and platforms, and completely agree. Maybe to come back to your question very briefly, as a researcher, then the way I look at it is because I'm a student of Professor Wieland, and you heard him this morning. So my background is in governance, so I look at it from a private sector perspective and private sector governance. So when I do that, to me, the company is a governance structure, so a tool, like a form that's able to apply governance. And the theory, the relational economics, combines system theory and transaction cost economics. So to me, society is society is a combination or an interaction of various systems. So for example, the law is one that has its own logic, and to me, like the economy is one, etc., etc. And to me, AI or technologies are also one system with a logic that is very different from the other system logic. So AI is based on data, for example, whereas the law differentiates between right and wrong, for example, and then thereby would have its own logic. And so the company then, to me, would be the form to make sure that we create shared value, or then, to say it like more in a pragmatic way, win-win-win situations. So I would, through the company, then hopefully create technological advancements, economic profit, societal gains, and then also, like, say, ecological, which then would lead back to the ESG discussion.
So I think there is a lot of potential for interesting debate between the Latourian, maybe even monadic position of Guido and this very dualistic position of Sabine, but in the interest of time, I think we should move on. And in fact, to return to this question of that Philippe de Voet has posed and that Coline has repeated in the last panel of for whom, by whom, and for what technology is being developed. Who is involved, should be involved, will be involved, was involved in the decision-making processes in which technology are developed? I think that's a very important question. Sabine?
Maybe I can start and take it as an example of what I just said. So to me, when I look at it, initially the AI system, let's say, or technological system was working, let's say, more or less isolated. So it was technological interest and technological ideas were developed. Then the economy was attracted by what was developed there. And so you have the combination then of two systems, the economic and the technological one, because technologies were then funding research and had their interests in which technologies seemed more promising in comparison to others. And then once companies would then create products surrounding those technologies and implementing them in their company and then would introduce them to society, that's when the interaction happens, and that's when the societal expectations also start. So to me, initially it was developers, and now we have the interaction of the systems, and that's where it's important to find alignment then. So I say initially developers, now it's very much an interaction and interdependence.
Maybe I have a slightly different point of view. I will tell of how what I work on. So platforms, how they manage to how they were designed, and basically you have that when you do a startup, you receive venture capital funding, and basically they have this idea of investing that is spray and pray. So just you have that one company should repay the investment that you do on 10. And the US companies have been really good in doing this, in attracting capital, and when there was the right time, because the platform economy started in 1995, when at least to me, when Jeff Bezos received $250,000 from his parents to start this company. Also this too, just the idea of the garage is not always true, because lots of this let's say technological battle is on narrative, on how this company picture themselves, and how they influence the public opinion and all these sort of things. So for whom are designed, basically these tools are designed for reaching the KPIs and the metrics that the startup needs to please the investors, and generally these metrics are related to how much you stay on the products. Therefore, you are unhealthy users for Meta if you spend 4 hours on Meta products, and this is like to me so dangerous and crazy and horrible, let's say, no, and. So right now we find these giants, and we had 2 waves. The first was the computer wave, and then the mobile wave. The bigger player arrived in the first wave, so Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, and so on, the GAFAM. If you see also and the interesting thing is like that you had at a certain point new players that came, but right now all these giants that are building artificial intelligence are not those that are in the garage. That thing is not because those big companies have been really understanding what's the paradigm, and I think that platforms are the layer where we should look at a lot. Because the new, it's a layer that also the artificial intelligence stuff are building on. If you see ChatGPT is building an app store, let's say, that you can take their APIs, and so it's understanding and being sure that platform thinkings permeate both entrepreneurs and public officers. It's really fundamental to me, because it's how you understand where you have agency, where you can do stuff. Platforms are those that own the demand, and those that own the demand can set the rule for the suppliers, for the offer. And that's like the basic thing for me, talking about ESG, that if you understand these things, not the fact that platforms are the gatekeepers and they own the demand, you can set the rules for the offer. And since we are talking about sustainability and all these sort of things, and even for me that I'm quite young, let's say, in the space, it's lots of years and nothing is really changing. I mean, not at the speed that we should change stuff. And to me, is like not what's the utopian idea, like the Danact economy, platform cooperatives, whatever. But we are not making it. Like even in the space of alternative to platform, I was mentioning before, like in 2018, 3% of the biggest platforms were European, so just 3%. The 75 were from US and the other from China. Right now, this year, it's 2%. So we are failing, and we should really try to understand where we do have agency and what type of narrative we need to build. That it could be not the big tech in US, not the big state in China, but a form that it really implies the values that we have, and probably some spaces we cannot get them back. Some spaces there is still the possibility to change and create players, European players, and that's the only way we really taking control of the things, that the tool is not owned by someone else, because we saw already that we cannot trust them. Despite what they say, we cannot trust them. If you don't, I don't know if you had, on our platform, yes, we say that we are compliant and whatever, but we can basically do whatever we want, really. I can see even how you move the mouse on our platform. It's crazy, you know, and I don't trust them, and I don't trust the people that are behind them, and I don't trust the government that are behind them, and therefore, where is the agency here, and where we can really rethink and redesign based on what we have learned in the last 10, 20 years.
Okay, very quickly. No, and that completely is in line with what I said with the linearity of society versus exponential technologies. Because I think the only way why companies can leverage that so quickly, and especially like the US companies, is because they're good at innovation and because regulation is just not keeping up. And I completely agree that we need European measures and European solutions. And one, for example, would be that the European Union would feel a bit more united and would, for example, merge all that data and really subsidize and support their own platforms, for example.
In the interest of time, maybe I will compress the last questions I have, because we also would like the audience to have a chance to speak. If we're talking about society and technology, of course, we need to address society. So another of these very interesting articles recently in the New Yorker, I won't summarize it, but asks the question, will AI become the new McKinsey? And connects McKinsey, of course, to the execution of various labor-saving policies and cost-saving policies. Now, thinking about this, again, I'm continually referring to the law or the organization of society. We have the executive, the judicial, and the legislative traditionally. Do we have too many executive functions? And if the risk-based assessment or the risk-based adjudication of technology, or AI in particular, is not the right way, is a dialogical approach needed? So, you know, you have workers who are losing jobs, who are scared, and so on. So, is this an alternative?
I'm not sure I understood the question, so I won't start.
So, the EU is planning to assess artificial intelligence based on risk. There are high risk, there are low risk, there's no risk policies. And I know Sabine was saying that this is a problematic view. So again, we're talking about a dialogue at the level of the firm, at the level of society. So do we need an approach that strictly embeds dialogue, social dialogue amongst different stakeholders, citizens, workers, client, whatever, you know, etc. Is this a better approach?
But generally, I think we do need a lot more multi-stakeholder dialogues, definitely. Also, as I said, for example, to bring society up to speed in a way, and also create awareness. And there's a lot of research now also on digital capabilities or future skills, whatever you want to name it, to avoid that we have this huge gap in society where just huge parts of society are not able to really interact anymore, or maybe not find jobs anymore because they lack certain skills, or maybe do not have an understanding of what's happening, like on a really macro level. So I do think we definitely need to hear them, and we need forums, and we need more participation, so I agree with that. That being said, I also think we need a heavy restructuring of how the economy functions, or which type of jobs we have, because I think I've been working with ChatGPT a lot and asked companies of how they're already using ChatGPT. And what they told me, for example, if you look at it on a global scale, most, let's say, simpler level developers or whatever, coding, people who can code, coders that work for us or work for our European companies are, for example, right now based in India. And this level of coding can already be done successfully by ChatGPT. So for example, industrial companies that are more medium-sized, they already use ChatGPT to create codings or code for example, certain parts in automotive supply or so. So these simple solutions are already used, and it's been out for like, 3 months, and it's only the beta test, really, the beta version of ChatGPT, and they do this huge testing phase with society around the globe, so it will get better. So I think we have to be very clear about which type of job is really endangered now, and then we have to face it up front and be quick about it, because obviously in society there will be drastic changes, and I think we have to find solutions for that, and thereby I think we do definitely need participation of those stakeholder groups.
Maybe, like, to me, participation, yes, but where it should happen, this participation, at what level, and also like for people, it's really hard to understand the scale in which the agency is possible. Like there are certain things that should be decided at a local level, certain things at a national level, certain at international. Then we are also talking about complex stuff. So I think that we really need synthesis, proposals, and somehow like the dialogue, it risks, you know, to when you have such a disparity of power, you have more than 20,000, I think, lobbyists from US companies that are lobbying for tech here in Brussels. And when you, a friend of mine works for a joint research center as an algorithm justice officer, I don't know how to say that, and they are like 20 people, like, you know, there is a magnitude of those that are checking and those that actually are trying to influence the policies that is completely, and so I think that we really need to build, and I think that is the only way. We really need to start to think back about what is society in the sense that we really should be political, and we have been so embarrassingly joining the idea that technology is neutral, and that you know, that the technical people are somehow, no, and this is. Those that actually work with data tells you that also data are very political, and then the use of. So I think that we really should need and say, okay, where do we want to go? How do we want to go there? And then all the rest should come with practical solution, because we have no time with. So we are getting in a lock-in stuff that it will be a technological nightmare very soon, and that's like why I talk about the Trojan horse of the digitalization of the public services, of the education, of healthcare. We are basically giving the space for a digital colonization for these giants, and we are not even able to frame a public discourse that can be simple and easy, and that can stop the things that is happening right now. Italy just gave €500 million to engineering to pay Amazon Web Services to bring the public administration on Amazon Web Services. Come on, you know, like so. I'm afraid, and sorry, I get so emotional because it's something that we are speaking about many years and things are not changing, and I think we cannot hide anymore. It's time to act, because lock-in are strong. When you start to use a tool, especially for an organization, if you want to change it, it costs a lot, and so we cannot afford to lose this last window of opportunity of creating, let's say, digital champions that are based on European values.
It's quite difficult to answer your question, because things are moving so fast, and the problem is has emerged a few months ago, and it's clear that it is really a huge challenge for our societies. It's so important that 1 month ago, we decided in the academy to create a working group to think about that. So I am unable to give you good ideas, except that we should really work actively on that. But I would like to open a little bit also the debate, because I think that this debate on technology and society has also a direct the influence of our economic system is key. And you know that in the neoliberal system we are living in, the big companies, and especially in US, are working to make money and to make a maximum and to maximize their income and their benefits. And I would like, in the field of the digital system, ask a question on which I don't have a good answer myself. The change of technology from force to 5th G in transmission of data is progressively implemented all around Europe, with a lot of debate. Here in Brussels, it took months, perhaps more than 1 year, to allow to deploy the 5G. For an engineer, the technological improvement from 4G to 5G is wonderful. Really, it's a very good technological improvement. But do we have a real need of such kind of level of technology for most of the application? I am not sure of that. It's clear that for very specific application, the 5G will bring a lot of improvement, okay? And you will be informed that concerning the exchange of data, they will be at least more energy efficient than the former technology. But you know also that when you are developing such kind of new technology, everybody has to change his devices. And in order to make a maximum of money with such kind of technology, you have not to restrict this technical evolution to specific application where you really need it, but you know the marketing, which is following this development, and everybody will want to have the possibility to use this technology, not for very sophisticated application, but for streaming, and using it for game application and so on and so on. So in fact, if you consider, for example, that the new technology is twice more efficient than the former one, it is clearly evident that the exchange of data will increase perhaps of a factor 5 or 10. Then finally, the energy consumption of this new technology will be very, very detrimental. You know that actually the CO2 emission related to digital world device and exchange of data is just equivalent to the emission of the aviation, okay? And then you are always increasing the problem for humanity. But how could we regulate that without tackling the actual economic model? I have no answer to that, but really it is really a very critical problem.
Yes. Thank you. Guido, maybe your last comment on whether...
on this, who makes decisions and how can we do this? I think I have some good news and some bad news. So the good news is, I'm not so pessimistic about industry that is focusing narrow-minded when our engineers in their labs. So, for instance, when they try to develop a battery for a GSM, for a mobile phone, they will not say, oh, it already works, it's only too heavy. No, they will say, we are not there yet, it doesn't work yet. So they don't make a distinction between internally and externally. So they just continue until it works, until it's light enough to be transportable. So engineers, they are not just thinking with, their eyes are not closed, they are not blocked by the walls of the lab. They are thinking about this should work in society and how people should be affordable, not too expensive, nice, attractive. So the only thing is that, okay, we have to take this seriously and help them to make this even better. So to improve the quality of the links they already have with the social, so many social aspects. So that's the good news. So the bad news to me, well, not bad, but the realistic thing for me is that I'm less optimistic about how this whole process is evolving. So this linearity of society, or the development of first this and then later on that. I mean, I don't see this. So I think that to me, what I've seen is that when you analyze technology, it's linked not just linear or exponential, but in many directions, and it's the victim of evolution that's going on outside. So it's no one linear thing. And also from the very beginning, when artificial intelligence started in the 50s, for instance, they had already the notion of intelligence that they have stolen from Descartes. So it was already linked to what philosophers said. And then later on, they came up with, they had also the notion of mathematics, and of a computer can do more than compute. So all this is already involved. It was going there. So they were linked to so many other things that are not just their own ideas of what they can do. Yes, they said, what can we do? How can we contribute? And then they also had a whole evolution, listening to so many people and continuing. And so this evolution, to me, that's a real challenge. It's not so simple to get an overview. So, and I'm always glad when I see a simplified model, because perhaps this can be a good basis to start. But in reality, we have to know that simple models can be helpful, but will not solve all issues.
The map is not the territory, Gregory Bateson.
Sorry?
The map is not the territory, as Gregory Bateson said. And I'm predicting the future, we will, I think, be a little bit late, beyond 5 p.m. If we want to ask questions, and I do want to open the floor for everyone, so if everyone is okay with staying maybe 5 or 10 minutes beyond 5, then we can take a few questions now, if there are some.
Actually, on that note, I have to catch a flight, so I think I might have to leave. But whoever has questions for me, I'm very happy to answer them. Jerome has my contact, so whoever wants can contact me.
Or maybe we can actually address if there are questions for Sabine in particular before you have to go. Otherwise...
Either way, I want to say thank you for the invitation. It was a great pleasure.
De rien. No questions?
Sabine, you are from a much younger generation than I am. So you are confronted right now with these changes and with the speed of the changes. That I find it going fast, I think it's normal. But what do you think? Is it going so fast for you also, or is it just a question of being in the technology, understanding what's going on?
That's a very good question. I think it's a very fast speed for everyone, and it's not so much, I think, the technological changes, but it's happening all at the same time, all around the globe, and you get to see it. So even ChatGPT, I could tell you now 5 or 6 other companies that are trying to do the same thing, and so it's just also the broad scale of what's happening, and then obviously also now with the funding and the computational opportunities that are out there, that it's really an exponentiality that you can now see unfold. So that would be my question. And then just to also agree with what Damiano said before, with the platforms and the monopolies in the market, in AI, that's often called arms races, this tendency around the globe. And so things that concern me is more exactly what Damiano said with AI, that if you have one use case and that interacts with society, that's risky, okay. But to me, what's more concerning is the broad scale, and I think risks become bigger in accumulated way. So the more users you have, the more use cases, the bigger the company behind, etc. That's when the risks really become bigger. And I think we have so many like oligarchic or even like monopoly structures behind that so many people don't even realize. Also when it comes to Amazon and the data they are collecting for years, etc., etc. So to me, it's more the risks in like those secondary markets, more so than in the primary markets or that are visible to the eye, let's say.
Yes, me again. One of the other aspects, I think, is the fact that there's so many big issues going on at the same time that are also as pressing. In a negative way, I remember going to Galbraith, I think, who studies inequality, and I was sitting there and I was suddenly like, oh, so climate change is not even the most pressing issue. And then you see about, biohacking and genome editing, CRISPR, whatever, and then it's like, oh shit, this is also going on. And then you have AI. So I think, what I want to get to is, it seems like we're reaching this kind of the brick wall in all these different things because we've been going head first into all these new technologies, information, other understanding. But as I think Mate said, like, we have a lot of information, but we have very few knowledge, or we have a lot of knowledge but no wisdom. Because the wisdom is probably, having the oversight of all those different elements and then seeing what actually matters, because that's something that we don't seem to ask ourselves before we start doing it. Do you see any way that, would you agree, or I want to hear your take on this, it kind of feels like we can go to the light side or the dark side with this kind of technology, because it could help us and enhance the ways that we can tackle all these issues at the same time and maybe even combine them. Or, well, if we keep on doing the input of, and tomorrow we'll see, then we go on the opposite direction.
Well, I think you'll always have the light and the dark. That's been my observation over the years, and you just cannot hope for a world where you only have light. So I think it's more so where you put your own focus, for one, and what you decide to try to enable and foster. So I think that's one aspect. And I think the EU, and that's where I'm very pro-regulation, is that it tries to really narrow down the negative externalities of innovation and really give this progress element to it, which means you want to bring society forward through that technology, which is also what I'm trying to do. And what keeps me hopeful is that I'm screening a lot of startups now in my new position, and a lot of them are really so promising, and they are there are solutions that make me very hopeful. Also in the medtech sphere, where there's massive change or growth due to AI in combination with AI, for example. So I think it's more so where you put your focus and what you're trying to create. And I think it's a combination of self-regulation, regulation, and then also consumer power. And I think that's just, we can just try to, as we talked about, minimize negative externalities. But you will always have them, obviously.
Short feedback from?
I studied biotechnology, and Ciao.
Thank you so much.
And I think it's really interesting that you mentioned that, because if you see, for example, those that will crack biotechnology are probably the same players, because we have all this genomics sphere. I studied it, so I was quite into that before going into platforms, and I think it's also not the possibility to see right now what it will be, that revolution, because biotechnology hold the promises for regenerative medicine, and some of this stuff are going to come in the next. It will be a longer wave, 15 years, 25 years from now probably, but that will also dramatically change the society, because maybe the lifespan we will have 10 years more with one breakthrough. It is something possible. We still don't know, but it's something that might happen. And probably artificial intelligence and this stuff will really make it possible. And to me, therefore, it's not just harm reduction, not just trying to foresee the risk, but also trying to see the amazingly possibility that this technology has, and make sure not that there will be for the commons good, and that we solve all the problems that we already have with the inequality and all this sort of stuff, because it will be really nice to maybe live 10 years more on average. Life is so full of stuff, so I wouldn't mind, but clearly like the techno dystopia, it's something even possible. So let's see.
Which, by the way, I'm half American, and in the United States, the life expectancy is going down right now. So that's very damning. I think we can. I will summarize my comments here from the panel. That one of the things I kept hearing repeated is the speed of technological development, innovation is sometimes faster, as Luc cited Devoot saying, faster than we can grapple with. And in fact, as Sabine brought in very interestingly, this distinction between linear thinking and exponential development, and the dilemmas that engenders. The problem of lock-ins that Damiano was emphasizing, and the need to act before it's too late, so to speak, before certain habits enter. And of course, the dangers for democracy of some of these unregulated technologies and their implications in our political systems, of course, which we see in elections across the world and other political processes. So I think that I would close the panel, and with that the event, and give the word over to Christiane Marek, who is so kind to represent the KVLB, who is a seasoned board member and mentor and investor after a successful international business career. Actually had an academic career in the United States and elsewhere, and was involved with developing sustainable businesses. And so it's very, very much practically oriented, and we'll just give her views of the key summaries of this conference today. So maybe a hand for the panelists.
But I'm small, so that will be. Good evening, good afternoon. Yes, is it working? I'm not gonna be long, for sure not. First of all, I would like to thank especially Jerome, I would say, and because he was walking the talk, right? Because we have been putting a couple of elements that were repeating themselves in these different discussions, and one of them was diversity, and the other one was not just diversity, having a lot of different people around the table, and that means we have had here engineers, lawyers, different scientists, economists, philosophers. I'm sorry if I don't know all your titles, but so very much congratulations with your broad view on the need of bringing all of this expertise together. Because if we have to say something that we all believe is part of the solution, is that we have to come, first of all, together, right? Maybe not in this room only, and that we can even add to that the artificial intelligence to increase the speed. Because we talk about diversity and inclusion of all kind of disciplines, but also about speed. And on the one hand, we are very slow, right? And then we are afraid of the speed of the technology. So if we manage these different elements in a smart way, like you did, Jerome, today in this group, so congratulations again, we would move on very much forward. The thing that worries me is the sound in the stories of the lack of trust. So what I feel is that, of course, we have opposing ideas, we have solutions, and that is the whole story of the difference between what we call, on the one hand, the voluntary initiatives, and on the other hand, the need of control, of state control. So what we see indeed is that based on so many years of voluntary attitudes, and I feel lucky to have been part of a company and to have been met many what I would call precious people, people that really have the intention to go positive. And so I didn't meet directly, luckily for me, I would hope, I hope and I'm sure, not too many people with what we could call maybe bad intention. And it's not only a question of what somebody calls bad. Of course, there are very bad things you can do, the black side, as we said. But sometimes you would say gaining money is bad, or not saving, not participating to all the sustainable development goals at the same time is bad. No, everybody that I meet does their best, but still the speed is not high enough. We're not getting there. It's not enough to be individuals, individual companies that are, and so this need of bringing together and this decision whether there has to be more state control on compliance as opposed to the simple voluntary initiatives is something I don't have the answer to. But maybe in the panel, an expert like Jerome could capture that better than me. If you have seen real, say, yeah, if we do that, that might help. I'm very sorry. So anyway, just this was actually for me a main summary point. You didn't get a recording, right? Okay. So anyway, I think I passed my personal feeling, and I would, of course, which I didn't start with, thank the SFPI for having created this chair, and for Luc Chefneux for, in fact, actually carrying it with so much enthusiasm. And of course, Jerome, I thank you already, but that is for many things, for the fact that you worked on it and that you did such a great day. So maybe I can ask you to bring a salute to Jerome. All right. So if you want to add something, Jerome?
To be honest, I don't have much to add to what was said today. I could just cite Biden. No comment. No, I'm sorry. I think that there are important lessons that were learned today. I'm certain most of the panelists and some of the audience members had fixed ideas coming in, but I think that it's important to always allow for some spontaneity and some development. And that's why I think that this was a very good format. And you have to, as Christiane said, walk the talk. And if we talk about introducing dialogue at the level of the firm, it would be a bit absurd to have these very strict, PowerPoint formats and so on. So I personally, I don't know how others feel about it, but I learned a lot, and I really appreciated the insights and the input from all the panelists. And I hope that this discussion continues, also the discussion with SFPI and between the academies, between the Flemish and the French-speaking academies. I hope that we can build more bridges in the future, and because we can only solve the problems of sustainability working together, and not with wars and not with more differences and distinctions. So that would be my closing comment. So thank you all for being here.